We have amongst us a very deputed, eminent Russian MD, Kumar Tripathi. He was next DGP Tamil Nadu, and presently he is the Chief Information Commissioner. You know, as a chief guest, he has the immediate time that he has to on purpose. Therefore, I would request on your behalf and on my behalf to request Mrs. Mona Dekwa to welcome, and thereafter Mr. Jalat Tripathi to address us. Then the normal introduction and all that we will do after he gives you. Okay. Thank you. Now, Mona.
Thank you, sir. Respected dignitaries and dear colleagues, namaskar and good morning to all of you. It's my proud privilege to welcome all of you to this roundtable, state level roundtable conference on addressing perpetual wasting in Odisha. It is organized by the Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security in partnership with Center for Youth and Social Development and Odisha CSR. The CFNS is a group of policymakers and program leaders which has a vision of sustainable food and nutrition security for all through evidence-based advocacy and policy research and analysis. The coalition has been closely associated with national and state governments in pursuing sustainable food and nutrition security agendas. We hope that this roundtable and the deliberation will generate knowledge ideas to help chalk out further plans and identify pathways for addressing malnutrition in general and wasting in particular. Today we are honored to have with us Shri Jalat Kumar Tripathi, former DGP of Tamil Nadu and presently serving as Honorable Chief Information Commissioner for the state of Odisha. We are privileged to have Shri Dr. Ramesh Chandra Panda, Chairperson CFNS, who will chair this roundtable first session. We are also happy to have Shri Jaganandan, Member Secretary for CYST and co-chair of this roundtable. Apart from this, we have senior government officers like Shri Vijay Panigrahi sir, Director Health and Family Welfare, and other officers from Women and Child Development Department. We are thankful for their presence. We have presence of luminaries like Shri Jamudaji. He will be available online. Shri Ambikaji, Shri Basantaji, Shri Pusteji, Mr. Saurav from UNICEF, Mr. Hemant from SIF, and Ms. Priyamvada, Ms. Anu Bodra from WFP. They will be sharing their thoughts and insight to the critical issues of fasting, drawing on their long years of experiences in dealing with these issues. The speakers have decades of rich experience in the field and are an authority on the issues that are part of discussions today. As you all know, that SAM is a form of undernutrition among children, also known as wasting. That is low weight for height. It develops as a result of rapid weight loss or failure to gain weight, usually associated with starvation or disease. Children with prevalence of severe wasting have increased risk of disease and death, but treatment is also possible for this disease. Across the country, percentage of children under 5 years who are wasted has marginally decreased from 21% to 19.3% in NFHS 5. However, the corona pandemic has compounded the situation. Odisha has demonstrated exemplary models and committed to address the issue of malnutrition. It is time to build on these models, and I am sure this roundtable will help us to set an evidence-based agenda for the same. Now I would request Shri Jalada Kumar Tripathi sir to say a few words for us. Thank you.
Before he comes, let me also announce that there are a lot of people in the virtual mode who have joined this. So a very, very special welcome to all of you And we are very limited here. The unlimited number is outside the hall. So very special welcome. And secondly,
Screen.
and we are rushing the agenda because Patiji, as you know, at the Information Commission, at least I remember when I was the Information Commissioner, people come and check their watch when the court starts, right? So they tune the watch as per the arrival of the commissioner or the courtroom. So you have to go and take the court. I understand that. So you all appreciate that at least, normally when there is a court day, I don't go to any public meetings. I go to, and then my condition is 9 o'clock the meetings will start. So that I am able to relieve myself at there. But he has very kindly accepted our invitation. So we'll have to respect and appreciate the pressure, time pressure. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Respected Dr. Asif Pandar. Respected Dr. Asif Pandar, co-chair, the Coalition for Food and Nutrition Society, distinguished members on this side of the dais, ladies and gentlemen, and my esteemed fellow members attending this historic event remotely. A very good morning to all of you. I am truly overwhelmed by this attendance despite the invading cyclone load and commitment for the malnutrition team for Odisha. I am happy to note that the Coalition for Food and Nutrition Society, CFNS, in partnership with CYSD and Odisha CSR Forum, is organizing this important roundtable on restoring the stolen childhoods, managing wasting in Odisha. It is a welcome move that global organizations like UNICEF and Children's Investment Fund Foundation are supporting the coalition for this important dialogue. We are sure that this dialogue will be enriched with context and culture-specific solutions, numerous evidences, and best practices. My special thanks goes to Mr. Jagadadana of CYSD for supporting this important dialogue. As we know, the Nutrition Coalition is a group of policy and program leaders which is committed to evidence-based policy making for sustainable food and nutrition security. I am very impressed to learn about the board and the governance structure of such a premier coalition in India, led by my respected senior colleague, Dr. Pandar. CFNS is rightfully placed to lead this important dialogue, which is necessary for a state like Odisha. The biggest strength of this coalition is to serve as an aggregator of knowledge and as a platform to bring multiple stakeholders together and pursue a public interest agenda on food and nutrition. All of us know that good nutrition is necessary for growth, productivity, and supercharging demographic dividend. During COVID-19, people have realized the importance of good nutrition for increasing immunity and managing morbidity as well as the infection. However, unfortunately, the country is just not battling the COVID-19 outbreak, but is also fighting the pre-existing undernutrition and overnutrition. The spread of COVID-19 has impacted the health, nutrition, livelihoods, and well-being of most vulnerable populations, and will have lasting effects on our people. The impact of malnutrition, especially among the severely malnourished children, is multifold in an environment in which health and nutrition services have been disrupted in the caring structures have been diluted within the society. We are aware that severe acute malnutrition or SAM as a form of undernutrition among the children, also known as wasting, which is low weight for height, develops as a result of rapid weight loss or a failure to gain weight and is usually associated with starvation or disease. Children with SAM who suffer from growth retardation As a result of poor diets or recurrent infections, tend to be at greater risk of suffering illness and even death. As we know, according to the National Family Health Survey 5, which came out in the year 2020 and 21, in our state, 18.1% children are vested and 6.1% children are severely vested. Secondly, the most vulnerable children and their family need our attention and good governance measures. During our field visits, we have all observed visible symptoms of malnutrition among mothers and children. One can imagine how traumatic and catastrophic it must be for a vulnerable family to nurse a malnourished, stunted, wasted, anemic child who is prone to repeated infections. This is unacceptable for any civilized society. It is our collective responsibility towards our society to provide the right services for these families to help them emerge out of their malnutrition, hunger, and disease, and provide our children a chance at a more productive life. I would give to understand that there is an opportunity for community management of acute malnutrition for children who suffer from severe acute malnutrition. CMA is an important option, as many children can be treated and cared for in the long term, as facility-based treatment at NRCs can address only less than 10 to 20% of children with SAM. We are very happy to know that the government of Odisha, under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, is fully committed to the mission malnutrition in Odisha. Nutrition is a top investment priority for the state, having a comprehensive nutrition strategy, and the state also pioneered the nutrition budget in the country. Odisha has demonstrated reduction of stunting and wasting, which is evident from the last results of NFHS 5 in 2020 and 21, Odisha Millet Mission, Mamata Scheme, and empowerment of women through Mission Shakti are several initiatives that can be harnessed to bring better nutrition outcomes. It is very gratifying to see that this dialogue is happening with the participation of stakeholders from government, civil society, CSR sector, and quasi-judicial body. Collaborating to fight malnutrition together is definitely a very welcome move. Eminent speakers and policymakers will share strategic perspectives and insights on addressing the serious challenge. We are confident that they will share evidences and models and breakthrough research outcomes that will be relevant for the state. We are eagerly looking forward to the outcomes of this roundtable. Once again, and I thank CMNS, specifically the Board Vice Chair, Mr. N.M. Kusti, Board Secretary, Mr. Rangala Damodar, Chief Advisor from India, Mr. Basankar, and Mr. Devananda of CYST, and all of the partners and stakeholders in this important dialogues. And once again, thank the Board Chair, Mr. Sandha, for this opportunity. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you, Prabhaji, and thank you, Pandaji. Some of you know Ramesh Chandra Panda, some of you do not know him. And in Odisha, I'm going to बढ़िया रस्ते, जब बहुत लोग जहाँ को जानना चाहिए, कभी तांको विषय इतने परिचय अच्छी जाम किसी कहवा होता था, इनकी कभी तांको मुझे ही रखी. So we are very, we are proud that he is there. That he founded the Swachh Bharat Mission, जो पूरा मंजिला देशरे, that was Ramesh Chandra Panda. Concrete जो हमारे बच्चे जो अवस्था है, ये अवस्था से करना, से जो भला अवस्था है, जोड़ा तक वो मजबूत करेगा, that was his contribution, right? He retired as Union Secretary, Water, the Government of India, and he was part of the Central Administrative Tribunal. And he's really an administrator par excellence who thinks for the society and contributes as much to the society. Thank you, Rameshji, for putting Patiji, and thank you, Patiji, for your opening remarks. We'll let you go now, but so that you can attend to your things. But if you have some time, if you can see Basant's presentation on the thing, but that is up to you. So you are free. So you can.
Thank you very much.
Somebody should escort. No, Basant is going to be there.
Yes, we can get it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. No, right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And with this beginning, at least today, this year finance meeting also has set a new trend. People can also take their watch at 10 o'clock. Right? We started at 10, right? Very good. Now we'll do a self-introduction. That is what our chair wants. But I am not in favor of that because it will take 1 hour. People have a tendency to say what are the great things they have done in their life to change the country and change the world. So just one liner. If that is okay with all of you, please don't mind, so that we can move to Basanta, right? Those of you who wish to only identify yourself, you can do it, not for everyone. Okay, fine. Who would like to start? Let's start from here. I want to go to Perpetual.
My name is Sujal Kupatlima. Our ethical organization to come. Bartaman ame puri beka kamu. A funny
Category.
yes.
Hi, I'm Apurva Vijay from Roundtable. I have programs of sanitation and health.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Varun. I'm also from Tamil. I'm Apurva.
Come. Send it fast, yeah.
Good morning. My name is Manisha Parida. I'm a student at PISS student and I'm studying within studies. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Swati. I'm from CYS. Thank you.
I am Basant Mahathir. I am associated with COS. Namaskar. ମୋ ନାମ ହେଉଛି ମନୁ ଦାସ ମୁଁ ଜଣେ ଲେଖକ ଜଣେ ପ୍ରକାଶକ ଏବଂ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ସହିତ ସମ୍ପୃକ୍ତ ଏବଂ 22 ବର୍ଷ ମ୍ୟାନେଜମେଣ୍ଟରେ ଚାକିରି କଲା ପରେ ପ୍ରଥମ ଥର ପାଇଁ ବସନ୍ତ ବାବୁଙ୍କ ଆମନ୍ତ୍ରଣରେ ଆସିଛି ଦେଖିବା ପାଇଁ କ'ଣ ସବୁ
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Priyamvada. I head the knowledge management at the Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security.
Sir, Mona Saurabh, who UNICEF पे Ocean Mission for Training कर रहा है।
Nita Prasad, Tata Steel CSR.
Namaskar, Ram Pushki, CFS board vice chair. Good morning to all. I'm Dr. Pratham Tamule. I'm from Assam and I work for World Health Organization as a researcher.
Agu Padas.
Falguni. Presently, I need to assist coaching program.
Good morning, my name is Harisandra Singh, who is UIS to
Namaskar, Ananta COS.
Good morning. I'm Bodra from WLA. Good morning, everyone. This is Julia Vishal. I'm working in Perpetual.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shanita Pradhan, working in Perpetual NGO and State Project Palani. Thank you.
Namaskar. Jimmy Parisha, Perpetual Palani, Odisha.
Good morning, Praveen Nayan Das, Grasim Industries, Punjab.
Hi, good morning. This is Abhishek Sarkar from Odisha Rising Foundation.
Namaskar, Jaidev, CYS.
Minati Malik, CYSD.
Yes, I think we have done it actually. We have done.
I'm Jugal Kishore from Calcutta, India. Calcutta, India, Bardhaman, Raigada Jillar of 28 गाँव nutrition and food security पे काम करूँ এবং আমি we are promoting nutrition sensitive village.
Good morning, I am Vasan from CYS.
Good morning, I am Anisha from CFNS.
Pradeep Navata, Ujjwal.
I think this is complete. It's on. Those of you who are here to introduce yourself, you will get another opportunity later. So that you can see heavy presence of people here. Welcome, people. And, maybe some of my colleagues from CYST are also here. But, all of us are here to understand the gravity of the problem. That is very, very important. The urgency of the situation. The urgency for attention, both by government, civil society, and corporate. We have only seen JK paper 9. So, push, we learn to come in from JK paper, the only industry representative, besides Amita, right? So we are expecting some more industry representatives also to come. With this, I request Basant to take us through a presentation to help us deepen our own understanding of the problem in Odisha. Basant.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I feel very, very privileged to be in a session chaired by Dr. Ponda, who just groomed me decades back. Otherwise, I could not have been here. It is also my proud privilege to be with you, sir. Kriti sir, I see Basanta Mohanty sir is also here. I met him after many years. Rudika, Saurabh Dr. Hemal, all the members, my colleagues, Monaji, Priyamada, Manisha, and others. My special regard goes to those who are online. I see few names from many countries, including Kitu from Malaysia, Pratibha from Madhya Pradesh, even overall Nirmala ji I see, who is also looking into, and she is also very eminent person in Jharkhand. This is an important topic which generally is not discussed or there is not much discourse in the public domain about this wasting. But be it Nagada, be it Malkagiri, be it any place where you hear about the deaths of the children anywhere in the world, these children die, and specifically the children with severe wasting die. So this consultation or roundtable is not only important for the survival and thrive of the children, millions of children, but it is also very important for a noble endeavor. I was talking to Dr. Ponda. I was also a pious endeavor. If some of you wants to do something for society, get a satisfaction in life, perhaps this is the area where you can contribute and devote. This is about why nutrition. Sometimes malnutrition is invisible. Sometimes nutrition agenda is crowded in the crowd. But you can see nutrition has multiple benefits, and COVID has also given a big thumbs up to good nutrition. It is purely a personal protective equipment The PP, what you say, is also good nutrition. Good nutrition is good life. It can increase growth, increase productivity, increase demographic dividend. It can increase also many development and cognitive potential. It can also reduce mortality to large extent. So, if a state or a nation or a family or an individual wants to grow and also prosper, the investment on good nutrition is very necessary. So let me come to the topic. This topic is about wasting, what Monaji and our chief guest told. Wasting is the name. Another name could be severely affected malnourished children. Sometimes it becomes technical. Even when I was in nutrition sector, the words were so technical I was afraid of. But it is all about the children who are severely affected malnourished as a form of undernutrition. The National Family Health Survey came in 1992-93. In Odisha, it was 28.2%. Now it is 18.1%. So 1/5 of the children are still under wasting category. But in 30 years, only 10% reduction has been made in the state of Odisha. This is also a great achievement. Why I am saying, if you look into the wasting data at national level, it increased by 1%. It was around 20% in 1992. In national level, it is 19 today, so around 10. There is more increase. Rather, Odisha has demonstrated reduction. But we cannot be self-contented with that. A state of Odisha can be wasting free or completely wasting free, because Australia is a country, many of you know, where there is zero wasting as per 2016 Global Nutrition Report. Why Odisha cannot? Look into right column, there is a 6.4, 6.1. These children are more vulnerable. Look into the condition of their parents, condition of the mother of the child. So she will be struggling 24/7 for many years, how her child can survive and thrive. So this is an important, and can you not think of a state which is completely with zero wasting? What can be done? So this is, I have synthesized everything in one slide. So we need 2-3 things, not big, it is not a big rocket science. We need prevention. So we don't want children to be wasted. Why should we want it? Because prevention is better, but prevention sometimes does not happen. Still children are born with low birth weight or complications or infection, whatever, or their weight is decreased. So there are 2 more things. One is some children who are critical can be referred to NRC, and those children can be 10 to 20%. Around 70, 80 or 90% children can be treated or can be cured or can be taken care at the community level. So CIMA, Community Management of Acute Nutrition, is an evidence-based model, and this project we are working in partners with CIP and UNICEF. Odisha is one such state where we are working. So we can do 3 things: CIMA, prevention, and NRC. These 3. But what more we should do? Our approach should be from product focus to child focus. If you look into wasting management history from 90s or 2001, mostly there has been a lot of focus on different products. That has diluted the strategy, diluted the agenda. Yes, definitely they need energy-dense product, but that is just one part of the story. They also need care, they also need good sanitation, they need support, they need good food, good diet. Perhaps millet can be another supplementary diet which can complement energy-dense food. So from product focus to child focus is necessary for a state like Odisha and also in India. Nutrition surveillance and effective NRC is key, because we have seen about Nagada, we have seen heard about Malkanagiri. So nutrition surveillance is very, very key because you need to identify, track, trace, whatever you do, what you did during COVID time. SIMA was a state policy, is also important. If you analyze that, in many states, SIMA is part of some program, SIMA is part of some something, but the state structure policy is missing. So we reiterate a state policy. I think I would request Dr. Pondas and Odisha to combinedly work with the government of Odisha if we can steer that or co-lead along with our partners. That will be a significant contribution, and Odisha could be a pioneer. Technology and governance, my colleague from CIP, Dr. Hemang, will speak more about that. He will speak about how artificial intelligence can help, how convergence will help. Convergence from village to district to state and nationally also important. Good governance is important. Equity and exclusion are also big issue. So people are socially excluded, geographically excluded. They need support here. There are a lot of disruption. I don't have to tell about that. So these children also need good governance and just and equitable governance. So I think Odisha, the way Odisha is doing great job on nutrition, be it Mamta, be it Mission Shakti, be it many other platforms. Odisha has 500 nutrition budget, millet mission, agriculture cabinet. I think Odisha can greatly achieve that. With that confidence, I'm looking forward to your support, and thank you, Aishwarya, for joining. Looking forward. So thank you so much.
I think before we, I would be very happy if there are one or two questions to Basar to clarify at this point of time, because it's a agenda setting presentation. Also, I have a question. The community-based management system deal with this problem. If it happens at the panchayat level, what are the 2-3 things the panchayat can do? Because today we are talking of sustainable development, goals, achievement of that, but the block is stopping at the stated one. And poverty is not going to disappear, or nutrition is not going to disappear if we don't work at the local level. So localizing sustainable development goals is so important, and we have to really activate the panchayat system. What are the 2-3 things you think can be done practically at the panchayat level to help us think further actually and add other points? You can give that answer, but any other point? Any other question you want to ask? Yes.
Same thing.
Mike, identify yourself. Help him to get a mic. Our young friend is from the Paradigm First Bets, he's from the corporate sector. Yeah.
My name is Omrika Sao. I hate CSR activities of Paradigm First Bets.
Bus ke kaun? Aram se.
I'm after the CSR activity of Paradigm First Bets. So my question is
Switch kar. Switch on karo. Okay.
Similar context, here in Paradigm locations, so we are working in 2 of the slums, government slums, we see the similar kind of marginalized children are there. So how we can go ahead with a plan, how we can address this issue in slum context. So this is a better challenge for us in that way. So
Thank you. Any question? A short question so that Basanta, Saurav and Mika can also respond in their own way. If there are not questions, ऊपर चला गया साहब. Right? ऊपर जाने से कुछ नहीं होता है. Right? बारिश से पहले थोड़ा काम करना पड़ता है खेत में ना. Also, so anybody has any questions? Okay. Okay. Now over to Basanta and then we take it forward.
My esteemed panel members like Saurabh, Dr. Abhika and many others also will complement. But Panchayat can do minimum 2 things. They can do more for nutrition. One thing is there are a lot of behavioral related issues. Panchayat can and community may behavioral change related issues are linked to myth and misconception many places. So Panchayat can initiate social sanction activities, address myths and misconceptions through campaign, movement, Gram Sabha, whatever may be. There are many structures and forums. You'll be happy to know that in Chhattisgarh from 2002 till 2006, every Gram Sabha with Chief Minister's message, I used to integrate that nutrition agenda, and it gave a huge dividend. पहले लोग बोलते थे ग्राम सभा कुछ नहीं है, करप्शन है, whatever, but it really worked as a mantra on behavior change. And 4 ग्राम सभा mandatory है, all 4 ग्राम सभा में मुख्यमंत्री का मैसेज आता था with a small brochure and 30 पैसा का brochure था. It is not expensive also, so that is one. The second, आप जिसे अंगनवाड़ी में जाइए, convergence बड़ा इशू है. विलेज हेल्थ न्यूट्रिशन डे नहीं होता है और होम कॉन्टैक्ट भी नहीं होता है और सप्लाई सर्विसेज नहीं होता है और वोइंग स्केल मोड़ा जिसका बात हो रहा था, वोइंग स्केल बहुत जगह में रिपेयरिंग अभी तक नहीं हुआ. सो विटामिन का सप्लाई, सप्लीमेंटरी न्यूट्रिशन का सप्लाई, इसमें लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स. पंचायत कैन इनिशिएट द गवर्नेंस बिकॉज इट इज अ लोकल गवर्नमेंट थ्रू सोशल ऑडिट, थ्रू विजिलेंस कमिटी, through monitoring. Panchayat can ensure convergence. Panchayat can ensure in supply of community-based monitoring, tracking, so that disruptions of supplies and services are not there. Because some children need good energy-dense food. They need good care, good support. So who is there? Panchayat is the local government, and similarly that can also apply to urban local bodies. So we can discuss more.
I think logically we are moving to Saurav now, and Saurav is going to share with us the Odisha way of doing the community management of SAM. The SIMAM approach of Odisha is going to share with us the USP of Odisha so that we can deepen that work. And while Saurav takes it up, I would also urge Saurav to even help us think through how effective partnership can be built between the government and community-based organizations, government, civil society, corporate entities, CSR, and community groups. How do we really forge a good partnership to see that what Basant aspires is a zero wasting in Odisha. Over to Saurav.
Thank you, Jalal. I will stand up and speak. Sir,
Whatever you
want to
understand outstanding persons standing.
Thank you. So I am speaking in presence of people who actually taught me development in Odisha, Basant, Pristiji. So I speak with a lot of, I'm really scared now what I'm going to present, but nevertheless, what I'm going to present will probably answer discussion sometime back discussion. I will also try to address some of those questions in terms of what panchayats can do and why we are doing what we are doing. CMAM, community management of acute malnutrition, because I speak to a mixed group here. Nutrition is a concept, so you would probably the presentation. So you will be knowing about nutrition, and some of you are working in other fields. Our friend from Paradeep perspective mentioned that she found certain SAM children, malnourished children in slums. How do you address? So maybe can you go to the presentation? Because you can technical so I first.
No. Good. Those of you who are handling the chat box from outside, please check with the virtual world whether the presentation is all right, time to time, so that we are on the same wavelength.
Questions are there.
Oh, there is a request to improve audio.
This is not the presentation. The presentation is good.
So let us talk about the background while we look at the presentation.
1 second.
1 second. They should sort it out. Team has been working since yesterday. They should be in a position to sort out.
The audio is working now. Better.
So we start maybe some answers to your question when you said that you have been identifying children with severe acute malnutrition. A quick dirty way of assessing severe acute malnutrition within the community is use of something we used to call as a Saki state or a MUS with our circumference state, which basically identifies Taro Tinta Rongo. There are 3 colors.
That's happening. And I just wanted to add.
No, let him say. Let him say. Hold on. You have posed a question.
So saying April, you can rapidly identify those children who are severe acute malnourishment as opposed to normal malnourishment, normal severe underweight or severe malnourishment, which can then be brought to your Anganwadi center, given a double ration, counseled on survey about preventive approach. Person was talking about a preventive approach. The preventive approach by I know Parveen Corporate were doing a lot of work, specifically the CSA is doing a lot of work around wash practices. Empty was a wash that we improved by empty was better खाଇବା energy घरे very follow nutrition खाद्य then you can kind of bring down the severe underweight. But if you identify children using that SUSP, what you need to do is currently community management of acute malnutrition they are in the process of scaling up across the state. Suppose community management of there is a large number of children around cure very well. So if you identify those children, what you need to do is you need to get them, refer them to the nearest PhD or CHD, and then get them referred out to the nutrition rehabilitation center. NRC, he just mentioned NRC, but I hope many of you would know what is the nutrition rehabilitation center. Facility center which kind of treats those children who have medical complications, because there are a lot of medical complications which also sit within the body. So medical complications would have been addressed and then they are given energy and food to slowly bring up their weight. So this is how you basically treat those children, and once you send them back to the community, the mothers need to be taught how to take care of the children back in their home. Because we are talking about wasting, I limited our discussion only to wasting, but you also have to prevent wasting. How do you prevent wasting? You prevent wasting basically by counseling mothers on good food. See whether the child's weight is growing or not. Anganwadi growth chart they are coaching. Mother child protection card, they are using. Anganwadi can there is a mother child protection card, the child growth cutting for you can see whether the child is growing or not. So all those preventive measures will also not allow the child to get into the severe forms of malnutrition. So that is how you basically address. You identify, screen, identify, refer, treat. Once they become well, come back to the community. Once they come back to the community, again ensure that the child does not go back into the stages of malnutrition. And about panchayats, see, what our schema strategy in Odisha, we have also been working with panchayats. So what we are saying with panchayats, the role of the panchayat members should be to ensure that no SAM child which is identified by a frontline functionary is devoid of getting care in whatever form, either within the community or within the facility. So referral transport is one of the very critical areas where panchayats can play a role. Identifying children and linking them with various social entitlement schemes can be one big area. Because you see that SAM children, severe wastage, just look at that mother and the kid. They all look very impoverished, both socially as well as nutritionally.
So ensure that these children are also linked up with the various social development schemes. Like the MNRGS achieved. Mamta benefits are the pensions because Mamta was one of the schemes that are being discussed. So these सब हमें निहाती ensure करेगा through the panchayat system. Now getting into my presentation. This is the background and the background on which the entire Odisha strategy of managing children with severe acute malnutrition was designed. So, I think all of you know this particular slide. So, this is about the contribution of undernutrition to child mortality globally. So, jaha under 5 causes of death achi. So, 5 वर्ष college छुआ माने जो death होती है. ताहर cause of an adult life visibly अपन देखिए they would probably have died of measles or any infectious disease or maybe diarrhea. Acute respiratory infection, but if you see the nutrition status, you will see that close to 50% of them would be undernourished, which is having low nutrition for their age. In several forms, it may be a low weight for their age, it may be a low height for their age, because low height is also predictor of malnutrition, which is called stunting. You might have heard this word stunting. So 45% of under 5 deaths are contributed because of malnutrition as an underlying cause globally. Acute malnutrition is an acute epidemic because it sets in very fast and it deteriorates very fast. So the action has to be very fast. And that is probably one of the reasons why all of us are sitting, because it is a nutrition emergency. You cannot keep a wasted child just like that, not taking care of it. It is criminal, it is unethical. ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆମେ ଏଇ ବିଷୟ ନେଇକି ଆଜି ଚର୍ଚ୍ଚା କରୁଛୁ. ତାପରେ point of view, it is any kind of severe acute malnourished child at 11 times more at the risk of death than a normally nourished child. 11 times. So risk of death. ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆମେ କହୁଛୁ severe acute malnutrition, the severe wasting is a sure shot kind of predictor of child death. So if you do not address, definitely the child will die. And approximately, तारपरे जोड़ा दशमलव के बहुत ही about NRC. He spoke about community, he spoke about NRC. So 10 to 15% of those children will have such severe medical complications. And unfortunately, why it is also very critical, because those medical complications जोड़ा a SAM child will manifest will not be related to one particular nutrient deficiency. It will be a kind of a mix. आपने देखिए, they will have multiple micronutrient deficiencies. The visible symptoms will point to various deficiency. They will have underlying complications, small gut bacterial infection people. So, say you have to address for your body. 10 to 15% will require medical treatment, to which is being done at nutrition rehabilitation center. Rest 80 to 85 to 90 can be managed at community. That is value CMAN transfer. In our case load, we speak about 6%, 6.4%, 6.1%. Odisha has reduced from 6.4 to 6.1. But what is the absolute number? We are talking about 2 districts because we are currently working in 2 districts to do this program. Duita Jilla में आपने देखिए roughly around 0.13 million, 130,000 children. This is NFHS code estimate. So, thank you NFHS code. Because when we started these intervention, it was NFHS code which data we had, and we based this intervention on a kind of an estimated case load for NFHS from NFHS code. Currently, now we computed from 6.4, we have come to 6.1. How TK comments? But still, we are roughly looking at around 130,000 children in both the districts. And incidentally, Navratpur had the highest proportion of severe acute malnutrition as per NFHS code. So, we took Navratpur and Korapur being a tribal district to do this intervention. And case load we have NFHS code, 11.6. Your state average was 6.4. So there are inter-district variations. Each district are बहुत अधिकार, each district are कम. इटा है ना विभिन्न हमें जो public study को हमें देखी लो. So what we found is that because we just heard about something called a product. So what is the product for SAM management? The product code. Product है ना basically जो food commodity रहते हैं, that is called a nutrition product for treating children with SAM. So
one of the global methods of treating children with severe acute malnutrition. Those community community management of acute malnutrition, IUTM, treat the recovery is around 57%. But if you use locally sourced, locally available energy dense nutrient food, then it's also so any second method can follow. So roughly also it is around 47% Cardinal spontaneous recovery in relatively food secure population. Upon kitchen but a food secure population they CMAC intervention spontaneous recovery because not all of them will die, some of them will recover also. So there is a question of spontaneous recovery that is also roughly around 25 to 30%. Next. Okay. So this is what we have found. I mean, strategies and because these are very relevant for Odisha to take up this strategy as per LFHS code. Between LFHS 3 and LFHS 4, the prevalence actually went down. Simplify, we had to take this intervention because SAM prevalence, severe vesting prevalence body. Our 5.2 to 6.4 only say our So what is the comprehensive approach? Because just now we heard about comprehensive approach, and we are all talking about comprehensive approach. Prasanta just mentioned you treat in facilities, you treat in communities, and you ensure that children do not get into the SAM severe acute malnutrition, do not become severe wasting, because severe wasting is a medical emergency. It's a nutrition emergency, it's a medical emergency. So how do you do it? Basically, what you do is you do routine case finding, which was suggesting to be done in their slums or done in any rural community. You actively identify those children who are severe acute malnutrition. Then you either send them to facilities in case they have medical complications. You send them to facilities which is NRCs. These NRCs are housed, nested either in a DHH, a district hospital, or in a CHC, a community health center. And it has a ANM, it has a couple of ANMs, it has a couple of feeding demonstrators who basically become feeding demonstrators who basically prepare the NRC food. And there is a nutrition counselor who basically manages the entire NRC, counsels the children, talks to the mother. And from the facility, you send them back into the community once they gain 15% of their admission weight. 15% of their admission weight, you send them back to the community. And then the child is again. So you identify the child which is less than -3 standard deviation for their weight for height. Less than -3 standard. So you identify children who are very severely managed. To kind of stabilize them in an NRC, send them back to the community to make them again coming to normal. So this is the basic approach which we are following in our community management of acute malnutrition. And something very critical which I have written in bold, it is timely detection and enrollment. That is the key of a SAM management or a wasting prevention, wasting reduction program. So who can be managed? This is something I have already mentioned that about 10% only requires hospitalization, the rest 90% can be managed within the community. This is our 6 services which are provided in our CMAP program. The first is we are doing monthly screening. Then we are doing assessment of medical complication by the auxiliary nurse midwife, ANM at the community level. Then medicines are provided at the community. What are the medicines? Deworming, iron folic acid, vitamin A. Then there is interpersonal counseling for ensuring that the child consumes those food, or if the child is because there are several other factors also which results in wasting. It is not just lack of food. We have found, for example, in Tulbani where we were kind of managing a program of severe acute malnutrition, that a mother which had more children, the youngest, the latest born child is generally the severely acutely malnourished, the SAM child, and then the cure for the child. So it is also about the number of children that the mother has, that the mother bears. And it points to so many different things. There are gender differentials, gender issues in it, about empowerment issues, women empowerment, because I heard a lot of you are working on areas around women empowerment. It's also about women empowerment issues. A lot of the mothers who come in with children who are severely actively malnourished themselves are malnourished. Mothers having children, the mothers themselves are less than their age at marriage, so they are so we tell that both the mother and the child have pediatric needs. The mother, young mother, bringing in a child who is malnourished, severely actively malnourished. Then regular monitoring of growth and referral for medical. So this is what we are giving through our program, the community management. So this is on the left hand side, that is the existing tech impression which is provided for our ICDS. And on the right hand side, what we have kind of added to the existing feature which is provided by ICDS to make it more energetic. But we have added oil, we have added milk powder. And we have done a kind of a calculation. So the energy which is provided from the original it was around 346. We have enhanced the energy to around 462. Protein was 11.0. We have enhanced it to 16.8. And fat was 5.0. We have enhanced it to 420. Because fat is very, very critical for recovery of children, child with severe malnutrition. Because fat controls a lot of a kind of body functions which gets compromised when a child becomes fat. Okay, so along with that, we have also added, so these SAM children are also provided 1 egg per day. And basically what we see in the SAM treatment or in the CMAM treatment in the community is that 50% of the energy requirement should come from this food, the modified take-home ration, and the rest 50% should come from the food that they are consuming in their home. So this is the basic principle of a severe acute malnourishment management program in the company. Okay. How we kind of design this recipe? We did a sensory stimulation, sensory evaluation of the augmented nature, and we evaluated the nutritional value of those foods. What are the components of care? So the components of care for this program is generally done at the Anganwadi center. So there is a supervised feeding for children 3 to 6 years. There are weekly feeding demonstrations with the modified THR for SAM children. It is linked to our complementary feeding program, and this complementary feeding program in Odisha, I have been kind of after it from 2010 when I came in Odisha. Today's date, Odisha is the #1 state in the country which has the IYCF practices, in fact, young child feeding practices, which is the precursor for reduction of stunting, prevention of children with severe acute malnutrition, is #1 among all those indicators. But even then, the adequate diet is just 20.1%. Even then, #1 state has 20.1% as children having adequate diet. So just think of the other states, and it is one of the most difficult and critical indicators to change, because, like how Basant was saying, about a lot of myths associated with complementary foods. So weekly feeding demonstration, then prioritize home visits, because we also mentioned about the home visits by the frontline function. That is very, very critical. Then counseling materials, tool, MBAs, and finally the follow-up. So what are some of the outcomes that we are looking at? Cure recovery rate. How many children are cured, that is from SAM, have come into normal. Next, we are looking at non-recovery rate, because a lot of the children, in spite of the best efforts, will not recover because they will be having some untreated infection inside which has to be addressed. Then defaulter rate is who could not stay in the program. Several reasons. Western Odisha, Samsung was working on it long time. I don't know how the scenario has changed about migration. Are they still? And COVID has really, really shown us what havoc migration plays in the entire infection cycle also. So those migrants coming in also brought in infections in still Punjab, the migrants there was again a spike, and then it was again addressed. There was temporary medical camps which were set up to address those. So this kind of scenario actually can result in a large number of defaulter rates if people do not have livelihood security. Then the case. And the maximum duration of the program, how long that the SAM child needs in a community-based setting to recover from SAM to normal. It is roughly around 16 weeks. So these are our technical partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh. The beauty of this presentation was what is the special attempt which has been taken in Odisha. A special case Odisha, and thank you very much. But at the same time, I remember the community-based monitoring of the PDS system. We would like to do Kandhamal, but we're doing a community-based monitoring. The data of the official agency, the reality from the community, they were supposed to be synthesized together for a reflection, actually, not criticizing each other, but for a reflection. This is the reality, what we do. And the major problem during Kandhamal experience was quality of the food was the major problem. Right? I'm sure we ensure that yes, quality is done, but what is the quality? How who is doing the quality check? How the community is involved in the quality check? There are issues. But thank you, Saurabh, for really flagging them up. If there are any questions to Saurabh, we can pick up one or two questions. Two questions. Very short questions, huh? No ado. Come straight to the questions.
Good morning, all. My name is Faibuni. I work as State Program Officer Odisha Chitra, which is an international agency working on culture, taking out culture for families out of poverty. So I have one question to Saurabh sir. First of all, I thank you, sir, for such an enriching presentation. So I wanted to know that generally we see that when we work in area and then an intervention is going on, so it works out. But once we withdraw from that area, so it is not sustainable. So I wanted to know how to make this intervention sustainable in the area in which we are working. And second is, what is the approximate period for which we need to work so that interventions can be made sustainable and the community can go ahead with it. Thank you.
Next. Second year,
Thank you so much for your amazing presentation. My question was, what kind of capacity building is necessary for the facilities and the community-based health centers? And what are the drawbacks of the PDS system, and how can the PDS system be strengthened to address the issues of SAM? Thank you.
Last.
Sir, myself, Prabhupada. Very recently, the CIT was conducting a survey in 2 slums of Odisha Municipality Corporation. And the intention and the objective of the survey was to know about the health status of a pregnant mother, lactating mother, adolescent girls, and 0 to 6 years children. And to know about the status of accessing the entitlements relating to NGS. And while we interacting with the Anganwadi workers, many times that we came to know that there was no such cases of malnutrition. But the situation is totally different while we interacting with the mothers of the children and along with the children also. And if the data are not coming up properly, so that how we will be able to.
Okay, got your point. What is not reported, how do you deal with such cases when they flare out and become bigger? Okay. Mike getting us on. We need 2 volunteers to hold the microphone. 2 volunteers.
I just want to ask, see, like we are monitoring the outcome of the nutrition part, but what exactly happening the governance part of the see that monitoring, and because this is an emergency, see the whole result-based monitoring, discrete that is not happening. So because of that, the real results are not coming out. Because again, we are depending upon state statistics. But the
Okay, got it. Last.
I just wanted to understand because
Nanda,
Akshay Sagar from Odisha Rising Foundation.
Okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to understand because we are focusing mostly on SAM for children, but is there a system that we could also maybe analyze or ask about the SAM in adulthood, like senior citizens? That is what I just wanted to understand.
चलो यार उसके लिए और एक WhatsApp करना पड़ेगा एग्जाम फॉर सीनियर सिटीजन थैंक यू सो मच ओवर टू सौरभ
The first question which you asked is about the sustainability. See, this is as a strategy, this is a part of the Pushan 2.2 strategy. So it's a government of India strategy. What I presented is basically the government of Odisha strategy for managing children with severe acute malnutrition. So already it is a part of the government plans, part of outlays, budget provisions, and all those things have been built in. So it is not like we phase out and then the project dies. So the entire program it is not a project, it's a scheme or a program, whatever you can call it, a government scheme. It is run through the government machineries. There is no added, because there are a lot of experiences. I mean, I don't need to tell you, even in Odisha, where for success, we have pumped in resources, pumped in people, we have got astounding success. The moment we step out of that area, the project comes crashing down. And that probably happens with pilots. But this is completely through government program, government's facilitators, the AAA, Anganwadi, Asha, ANM, they are involved in it. They do the screening. As technical partners, what we do, we look at the compliance to the protocols, because there are protocols, my colleague from WHO, there are protocols, global protocols set up by WHO, UNICEF, which is adopted by government of India, government, the state government. We just ensure that those protocols are followed, so that we don't get wrong results. You know, how do you identify children? We don't identify wrongly. Children who require are often missed out. Then that brings me to the question about what happens, where do you get invisible? Are there invisible pockets? There are definitely invisible pockets, hard to reach areas. Would be a fool not to admit that there are pockets wherein services won't be reaching, additional efforts need to be made, and that is probably where more community-based efforts should be required. Working with, one of the key strategies here is working with Panchayati Raj bodies, working with mothers communities. जो self-help groups भी अचंती, mothers communities भी अचंती. सारे बच्चे को mothers communities हमारे को self हमें कामों को we are working to build their capacity and knowledge to identify and ensure facilitation within their households. Next question was regarding the capacity building facility and proficiency. The basic technical capacity building is provided to the health functionaries, which looks at assessment, anthropometric assessment. Identifying the children, because there is a particular test called, they look at whether the child is able to consume food, because one of the key things which happens is food apathy. A SAM child loses his urge to eat. Okay? So, उसको एक assessment होता है, that is being done by a trained health person who does the anthropometric assessment, height, weight, any kind of visible external infection, skin fold thickness and others, takes the MUSC, does the feeding assessment whether the child is able to consume or not, and then enrolls the child into the system. So these basic technical knowledge is provided to the health functionaries, both within the facility as well as the community. Within the facility, more training is provided to the medical officer, because facilities they generally take in children who are more ill. They would have other complications. They come in, we have seen cases of cerebral palsy, cases coming in, but generally those cases are not advised to be treated within the NRC. They are referred to the DEIC, the District Early Intervention Center. So the kind of centers in the district hospital. So these are the kind of training which requires, and then the frontline functionaries are taught on how do you kind of quantify the quantum of food to be provided to the child, and the medicines to be given to the child, and then the follow-up. Follow-up is very, very critical and counts.
So these are the kind of trainings or capacity building which happens. For the self-help groups producing this modified THR, the training is on how do you make the energy levels, what are the safety protocols you need to follow, because there are it is food for the most vulnerable children. They need to have safety protocols in place. What are the safety protocols to follow? How do you ensure that money to these self-help groups is provided by the state on a regular basis? How do they do the indenting based on the number of children identified with severe malnutrition? How can PDS be strengthened? That comes in as a part of the preventive strategy, because many of these families, you go to any NRC, go to a child, take case history of a child who is suffering from severe acute malnutrition, you would see a social problem there. Either the mother is, is underweight, married off at early age, or some kind of problem within the family. So they would have some kind of system. So these are safety nets which needs to be strengthened. Food insecurity is also one of the reasons. So these are those safety nets which needs to be strengthened if we have to reduce the prevalence. Now it is 6.1. If we have to bring it to 3, what are some of the preventive steps? Because it is just like a cistern and a tap. Those of you remembering, mathematics problem was whatever tap collapse, do the tap achieve. Whatever water is coming in on the other side, the water is flowing out. So both those taps have to be closed to ensure that the cistern fills up. So it is just the same. We have to ensure prevent children coming into SAM. We have to ensure that children who are SAM goes out and becomes normal. Data, as I mentioned, I think there are challenges to the data because it is a humongous system. We all are working in very small areas. The government data set is a very big data set. We were just trying to analyze what kind of a server space would be required if we have to manage a kind of track all children with malnutrition on a central server or something. It requires a lot of thought through. So there will definitely be areas which are missing, and that is where you need efforts from Panchayati Raj functionaries, self-help groups, local CBOs who needs to be told about the importance of managing children with SAM, managing those families which have children with SAM, because as I have mentioned, probably one of the most important things is to ensure food security, which will only happen if those families are linked up with various social entitlement, social development programs. And SAM for senior citizens, yes, that's an area, but as Jagannath had mentioned, that requires a different discussion, because as you become old, lot of muscle wasting happen. We all have elderly parents in our house. We have seen them growing from healthy to frail. But that requires a different dialogue, different discussion. We are concerned here. We are discussing here about the youngest constituents of our society. Thank you.
I think there are a number of areas. Let's not get into a debate right now, because today is a day when we are getting sensitized about the urgency of the issue. Steps taken by government, by others, together, and the gaps. Of course, there are gaps. There is no gap. There is no reason for us to sit today. There are major gaps on the ground, and you can see them. Some of them are very latently visible. Some of them are invisible. How do we really deal with that? That requires a complete, reflection, convergence, and what you call working together, stronger partnership, and that's it. So thank you, Saurabh. Let me also use this opportunity. There are excellent, what you call chat box is now full. The people who are outside this room, thank you so much who are participating in the chats. And I'm sure the chats will be all put together and then will become part of the proceedings. In view of the paucity of time, will not be able to get into a conversation around each chat. But at the same time, let me thank Dr. Snigdha Misra from Malaysia, Avilas Divedi, Head Mahindra CSR, Dr. Soma from Germany, Vikram Das, Vice President, Orient, Black Swan from Hyderabad, and many others. I don't want to take all your names, but thank you for your active participation in this dialogue. And with this, let me request Abhina, who has been half is a Nursinga. Nursinga is one, there are two murtis. Is half civil society, half corporate. Over to you. Yeah. You can guide us through the action part. Yeah.
One part is government. I think, thank you, Jagan. I always wonder why Jagan keeps me after two veterans have already spoken, Basant and Saurabh, and all the seniors present over here, and my co-travelers. I think probably what Basant and Saurabh talked about, what I found is I thought about logically to have a sharing, but what I found mostly when Saurabh ended with deaths, I think friends discourse about deaths globally is very limited. And when it's the death of the less powerful, it becomes really non-existent. And it just becomes a number for the policymakers, for all of us, that so many people have died because of this reason. But Odisha has been different. In 1999, when there was 10,000 deaths because of the super cyclone, all of us together, then probably in this building and took a place, let there be loss of property, but not lives again. That was the place we have taken and we worked all together. And in 2013, when we were put to test, another category 5 cyclone was hitting, highly, there was no death. And all of us together, that's what we were able to make it possible. And today, when Jagan was talking about Panchayat, I was thinking about we have a similar approach called the social capital restoration. So it has to be like that's a beautiful. I tell about a novel. It says it must end with me. It's a story about an abusive husband. He abuses, and when the wife informs that I am carrying your child, then the husband becomes very decent, polite, behaves nicely. And the day she delivers the child, she took a separation from that person. And the person asked, why are you doing so? He said, it must end with me. So what I have found here is injustice to women. The patriarchy in the society has brought in malnutrition, and we have never ever empowered women to take a call what I should do for my child. And you don't have to teach a woman or a mother that she doesn't know about it. They know everything, but we have less investment. We are disempowered structurally. That's what Anthony Giddens talked about as an international sociologist. Similarly, Robert Chalmers has talked about if there is not provision of water and sanitation, it's a big black hole in the position. So I think we need to take a comprehensive approach. If we were able to address the death because of the disasters, and do you think that state alone or the government alone will be able to do it, to move 1.3 million to safe locations within 48 hours, unless until people decide? So probably the time has come that all of us need to work with the communities. That's a beautiful saying by Martin Luther King, when he was confused how to lead that protest. So he had this question, what may go from here? Cows or communities? So he found all answers with the communities. And all these things that we are discussing today is all the software. The hardware, the operating system which needs to carry it forward is women empowerment. And that's where I think a lot of possibilities. We work closely with women empowerment, with Mission Shakti. Probably government of Odisha is the only state which has a separate department. If we start engaging with Mission Shakti to empower women, not necessarily financial. I know like a lot of my friends who are also in bureaucracy, women friends, when they come back home after office, the male partner expects her to make a cup of tea or coffee. Why can't both of them work together? When are we going to bring end to this injustice? Is it going to end with us, or we are just going to discuss and pass it on to our next generation? I'm very passionate about this because we talk about it, we don't engage with women and children, and we think we will find an answer through various designs or PowerPoint presentations.
So I think the way we can address the issues of malnutrition, food security, and injustice in the society can only be achieved if we do adequate research and engagement with the women and break their culture of silence. They remain silent because they are never ever given that space to work out, to speak out, to say when there is injustice happening to them. If I have not spoken for myself, how can I speak for my child? So we have all experienced probably deaths very closely during the COVID time. And there, all of us started with some interventions, like to address the micronutrient issues. We all have started with kitchen garden for self-consumption. These are all tangential issues. These are all tangential issues to facilitate empowerment. But unless until structurally we engage with women, create that kind of public space where they come out, pick up, decide what to do, probably this problem cannot be solved. I think I don't have much to share because already spoken. I think through research, engagement, and policy dialogue, if we can, that's what when the elections got over for the Bhubaneswar mayor, when I spoke to her, like we decided to we'll start discussing about issues. I said I will start when you decide that Bhubaneswar is going to be a women-friendly city. If my wife decides to at 10 o'clock in the night to drive on her own and come to maybe station or airport to pick me up, and she comes without harassment, probably that day I would think that we are crossing some stage. I think friends, when we think of malnutrition, if today all of us are really in good shape, we know from our experience, our mothers had taken a stand that I must give good food to my child, and I must send my son or daughter to a good institution. That's where the change comes. If otherwise, if we just focus on this, there will be change in condition, but there will not be change in position.
Thank you.
That's where I would say, I think I will stop. So the time has come that we must engage to break this culture of silence. Thank you, friends.
Dr. Mika, before you sit down, give two agendas for your corporate CSR friends. But what are the 1-2 critical elements out of your own experience and thought they should do in this arena, or they are expected to do in this arena, or they can think to do something in this arena, and that will be helpful.
Yeah, actually, when as you all know, leadership comes to the surface at the time of crisis when COVID was hitting all of us. All corporates came forward with whatever capacities they have to engage with the community, to come up with some support. Some had good money, they come up with big money, some had less money, but the commitment was never the way. In any way, it was less. And what we can do is, this is an opportunity because sorrow was sharing. Wherever we have our operating assets, we are there forever, in a sense, maybe 30, 40 years and all that. If we can, we really expect some kind of, that's what I think Mr. Panda was sharing about, it's an aggregation of knowledge system. If you can come up with knowledge guide, how to work. Like for example, I think humans were supposed to be here, we came to know that farm to finger, like how do you really enrich the soil so that the micronutrients are enhanced in the food you take. So that's what we all have started, kitchen garden, some activities. What comes in the public domain that we start implementing. But if there is active partnership in our operating areas, probably there we find a lot of opportunities where we can build partnerships.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Amita. With this, we have to move. Hemant Saha is also waiting online. She is the Director of Child Health and Development, but we'll give her the opportunity. Hemant, I just wanted to alert you, after 2 speakers, we are going to give you the floor, and I'm sure you will come. Now I would request Priyambada. Priyambada Kaushik is the Head of Knowledge Management of CFNS, the Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security. But she's an internal resource to us. So Priyambada, you have been extremely brief answering with few ideas. Over to you here. Then I will request Prestige.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yes, I will be extremely brief and quickly take everyone through a very successful and interesting success story modeled along Seaman. This is from Hailakandi district of Assam. So this is the story of Hailakandi and how they successfully campaigned the SAM of Hailakandi. COVID-19 brought numerous challenges in meeting the nutritional requirements that we know. And there was a disruption of the delivery of supplementary nutrition. So Hailakandi district administration started early during the
Go to the original. Original.
Sorry. Yeah, the campaign to screen, identify, track, and progress, monitor the progress of SAM children started early in April 2020, and the model for management of SAM was similar to community management of acute malnutrition. The effort was focused on convergent action by the district administration, DPMU, Poshan Abhiyan, in collaboration with the health department, social welfare department, and the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, and also the police department in some sectors, because this was being implemented during the lockdown. So SAM and MAM children were identified and divided. They were divided as per Anganwadi centers, and the Anganwadi workers were assigned responsibilities for improving their nutritional status. A task force was set up with the Anganwadi workers and the Poshan team, and high burden clusters were identified after collation and analysis of data from the field. The parents of SAM children are counseled regarding increasing meal frequency and dietary diversity, and extra take-home rations were also provided to them. So the SAM of Hailakandi in the first phase, it envisaged creating awareness and consensus among the community towards SAM management. Yeah, so the task force consisted of the ASHA, the Anganwadi worker, Poshan team supervisor, which visited the households and documented, identified, and tracked the progress of these children. Since the nutrition and rehabilitation centers in the district were not functional at that time, all the villages were mapped to sub-centers, which provided like a outpatient care for any child that needed medical intervention. And these sub-centers where the children were mapped with sub-centers. So the awareness campaign was done in such a way that each village or cluster knew what sub-center they could visit whenever they needed some sort of intervention. Also, this task force worked with the community on generating consensus about feeding practices for SAM children, and they used existing local recipes also that were energy dense. The community identified these energy dense recipes that were provided to the children at increased feed frequency. So the highlights of this campaign was community awareness and organization, strengthening timely screening, identification, reporting, and convergence of all the departments that could come together to take care of these children, and also targeting high burden clusters and creating a sense of ownership among the frontline workers, as well as involving the community leaders and influencers, which is what led to the success and By September, it began in April, and by September 2020, from 329, the numbers had come down to 27 sanctioned. So, yes, so that's one very positive story that CFS has documented. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. You know, what is coming out from this case is very clear. Anganwadi center is the epicenter. If the Anganwadi worker is really a very sensitive worker, motivated, willing to do an extra mile, the program is success. If this is what is lacking there, then the records will be all right, but the reality will be different. The second point is the social mobilization. Social mobilization is also very important at the community end. Who does social mobilization? How we do social mobilization? Who are the partners in social mobilization? That is another aspect which is coming very clear. Third is partnership. What kind of partners exist in that area? And how do we really forge an effective partnership? Whether the panchayat is very active sometimes, maybe the panchayat is not active, so partnership will go to some other entity. So I think that has to be this partnership management has to be very creatively done. And then the convergence. So these are the four things which I would pick up. And Prasanth, you have to just wait. I will request Pristiji now to share his thoughts. Again, very briefly and succinctly, 3-4 points, and he's the Vice Chair of Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security. I have no right to tell him that you do it in 3 minutes or 4 minutes. You can go on for 2 hours. That is their function. But I will request you to be extremely brief. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair and co-chairs and my friends speakers. I do my best to be as brief as possible. To begin with, I think it is necessary that I do echo some of the thoughts expressed as of now. Among that, the thoughts like that, the need for partnership, tri-sector partnership, the government, corporate, and the civil society and the communities. And the malnutrition, the slum, the urban slums, that's becoming the situation in the urban space. You find obesity at one part of the city, and the other part of the city you find malnutrition. It is a very contrasting thing, and this needs attention. And then the proper engagement of the PRI, the role of PRI as bringing it. And the beautiful presentation my friend Saurabh made, and the statement that says that the children with severe malnutrition are 11% at higher risk of death. So that means these children are fighting between survival and death. That's so powerful a message. And then the concept of modified, augmented THR, and finally Ambika's statement that we have to take kind of a approach, a convergent approach, that what we did post super cyclone in this room, and that led to some clear evidence of action that resulted in improved system. So these are some of my echoing. And we coming to my take on this discussion today, I'll cite some of my old work. Why I'm calling it a silent emergency. In the 90s, I was involved in writing the guidelines for emergency response and global guidelines, which many of you know, called SPHERE standards. And I was the focal point for food and nutrition. And when we were looking at struggling with the information and analysis and all that, we said that in emergency, let's look at that how you save life. And so we look at the food base, let's look at the energy need. The calorie became the measurement, and then we said that people in emergency situation, they're hungry, that we should address the hunger, and the indicator for hunger is that how much calorie to provide. So those kind of indicators became. And that is the time when we looked at the
And we found that when the malnutrition, the SAM levels are around 70%, 18, 19%, they are in a very critical emergency situation and all that. 30 years later, when we see in India, when I see in India that there are pockets, the children are at that level. So it is absolutely right to say that those pockets are suffering from emergency, and because this is not an emergency, like it's not hunger, so much hunger, but it's a malnutrition. So this is therefore it is appropriate to call it a silent emergency. So therefore we are giving a call that in an emergency situation, our interventions should be also have emergency interventions. So it calls for a collective action. So that is the genesis of this term of silent emergency, and malnutrition is a silent emergency. Now let's let me put an approach. I call it a 3D approach. One first is that trace where are those malnourished children and women, trace, and then track. If once you trace, then you track, and then you treat. So when you look at to trace where are they? They are generally available in the bottommost part of the societal pyramid, bottom 20% to 30% of the society. And where are those kind of people generally live? We'll find in most of our aspirational district where government of India has identified, and we rightly agree to that these people by and large appear there. And then in those aspirational districts again, where they're very dense, concentrated, and all that, we found that were the tribal pockets there, the urban slums, like the kind of places where. So you get hotspots, you get an indicator of hotspots. So you are able to trace and then track. We have discussed about the Anganwadi Center as the center of dealing with this malnutrition and all that. So that the Anganwadi Center. So at the Anganwadi Center, how we improve the system so that we are able to track. Now the technology is available, and now technology is able to help improving the governance, the management, monitoring, supply chain, a lot of things. And artificial intelligence, machine learning, those are the things that is helping in this. And then discussion, we are also talking about thinking and researching on that how artificial intelligence and machine learning can work on analyzing the anthropometric data of these children and women, so that we will be able to make the intervention very targeted. And then I talked about testing, I talked about tracking, and then treat. Then treating, there are two aspects. One is treating at the community level, and the other treating at the specialized center like NRCs. Like Saurabh and Vasant have already mentioned that the centers are there, and we are able to deal with about 10% of the severe malnourished children there. And we give them the clinical interventions and deal with that. But the other 80%, need to be treated at the community level. What are the kind of targeted interventions that can take place at the community level? And that is very much doable. And we will like to bring, we like to propose that the collaborators, the government, the civil society, the corporates, they must come together and invest resources and the knowledge and experiences in dealing with those things in those places. Like I was talking to our chairman, he was mentioning that when this discussion was going on about Koraput and Navranpur and all that, he was mentioning that we can think about creating a knowledge center here in Odisha, where the knowledge of intervention, knowledge of malnutrition can be addressed, and this knowledge can be disseminated or shared with the civil society players, the corporate players, and with a collaborative way we can make these interventions. So finally, one sentence on that
all that we do, we have to work towards a sustainable system development. And sustainable system development, we talk about sustainable production system, food production system, and sustainable food consumption system. We have to be very careful about the market. Like you must have seen, must have experienced how the market has completely, almost completely has replaced the concept of breastfeeding. And now we are struggling to bring back breastfeeding and all that. So we have to be careful about the market-led approach to deal with malnutrition, because once it overpowers the system, it will be very difficult to come back to the community system. So we have to see that community empowerment, community processes get, and how we, at the local level, the food consumption system become also energy dense and with the appropriate nutrition. And not all this can come from the local food system that you said. All these things we have to do. Thank you in the step of time.
Yeah.
I think it was time
No,
talk.
no, I think you get another opportunity to assign that to summarize and elaborate this knowledge center concept. I will request Hemant Shah, he's the director of Child Health and Development. He's waiting at some point and he has a board meeting to catch. So Hemant, the floor is yours. Dr. Hemant Shah online.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. A very good morning, and thank you so much for sort of giving me this opportunity of sharing the global CMEM evidence. I'll quickly share my screen, and I'll just want to caveat this particular presentation with 2 points. One is that what I am presenting here is the global evidence. And there is obviously need to generate some more Indian evidence, and within India also, as we know, there are multiple states and multiple contexts, multiple geographies. So it also has to be thought through in terms of what is the additional data and what is the additional evidence that we might be needing to sort of inform the policies and programs. But what the review of global evidence will help us to do is understand what is the kind of work that has already been done and how it can inform some of the work that we want to do in Indian context. So I hope you are able to see my screen now.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah. So there are two sort of areas that I want to quickly touch upon. One is what is the global evidence for CMEM, and second, as Prusty sir also mentioned, in terms of what are some of the technological advances that we can use for approach to SAM treatment, approach to increasing sort of reach of community-based approaches to SAM treatment. So first is in terms of the global context, what are the diagnostic criteria for SAM and what are the discharge criteria? And these are some of the criteria which are also being used by different state governments, mainly weight for height and MUAC, which is mid upper arm circumference. And again, in Indian context, there is multiple sort of literature to say that there is not much overlap between, say, weight for height criteria and for mid upper arm circumference in terms of the children that are identified through these two particular techniques. But again, there is evidence to suggest that if we use MUAC, then the predictability of mortality is more for MUAC. But for weight for height, the number of children that will be identified who are suffering from SAM, which will be much higher for weight for height. Again, since we have the discharge sort of criteria, and since there are multiple criteria through which children can be inducted into CMEM program, what has been observed in multiple global program is using percentage weight gain is an important criteria to look upon when we start thinking about that what is the criteria that should be used for discharging the children from a particular CMEM or facility-based program. There are also performance indicators in terms of coverage rate, recovery rate, non-recovery rate, and default rate. And these are some of the indicators which can be considered or can be thought through when we are designing our programs at district level or state level in terms of what should be the programmatic targets in terms of coverage, in terms of recovery, in terms of default rate. I'll also quickly talk about like what should be the end goal or the public health goal for SAM programs. And when we start thinking about the end goal, mortality is something which often is discussed about. So what WHO estimates is that SAM case fatality is around 10 to 20%. And again, there is a huge variation in this fatality across different geographies. In Indian context, there is very limited mortality data. And even when we have mortality data, either the sort of the design of the trials or the number of children who were there in that, the size of the trial was not big enough. So in Indian context, there is very limited data with respect to mortality. But what we can understand from some of the global context is that SAM mortality remains to be high. But increasingly, there is some evidence in Indian context and in global context that what is the kind of neurocognitive deficit that the children will SAM with have, and what is the kind of vulnerability for additional diseases or morbidity that children with SAM will have. But there needs to be more data that has to be there in global context as well as in Indian context. Now, if we look at SAM mortality with treatment, obviously those children who gets admitted in hospital, they have associated morbidity, and hence mortality rate in those children is higher, which is around 13%. And in community settings after the treatment, the average mortality is around 2%. So in global context, if we look at mortality of SAM children, it is in the range of 20%. But if these children get treatment, then in hospital setting, this mortality decreases to 13%, and in community setting, this mortality decreases to 2%. One other factor which is important to look at when we start thinking about morbidity and mortality for SAM children is what is the burden of comorbidity. And if a SAM child is suffering from, say, TB, or if a SAM child is suffering from diarrhea or pneumonia, then the mortality rate of these children becomes increasingly higher. So comorbidity again plays a very important role when we look at mortality of SAM children, particularly in Indian context. TB, diarrhea, pneumonia would be important when we start sort of thinking about what is the proportion of mortality for SAM children. Another important point is in terms of relapse, because what has been seen again in global scenario is that if a child suffers from SAM, then it is very likely that that particular child will not be able to survive a second SAM episode, which goes on to say that we'll have to identify the children and will have to track them even after the discharge, because if the child who has once been discharged either from facility or from community, if that child suffers from SAM again, then the risk of mortality becomes very, very high. And there is also a lot of evidence to suggest that this relapse occurs mostly in first 6 months. So this also gives us the indication that how the programs should be or would be designed so that we are able to follow up these children in first 6 months, where the probability of those children being relapsing and thereby their chances of mortality and morbidity become very high. The other criteria is also in terms of tracking these children is that at the entry, if the anthropometric measurements on admission and discharge are very less, then again it gives an indication that these are the children who are most at risk of again suffering from SAM, and thereby if they again suffer from SAM after first episode, their mortality risk would considerably be higher. But when we talk about treatment only should be considered when the prevention of SAM is something that fails. And so prevention is the primary sort of goal. But if prevention fails, then there also needs to be an option for children for appropriate treatment. And there are multiple sort of studies which looks at what are the prevention triggers or prevention drivers that the programs could sort of look at. One of the main could be low birth weight, which is associated with almost 3.1 times higher risk of wasting, low maternal weight, mothers over 30, third or later born children, maternal education, and boys. So these are some of the major criteria which can help us to define our programs, that these are the risk factors or drivers which we can look at, which can pivot our programs towards prevention and also decrease the burden of SAM over a period of time. And while we start thinking about prevention, it's always also good to sort of look at what are the available intervention. And most of these interventions are already part of government programs. what we need to sort of probably do is look at what is the coverage of some of these programs, or what is the quality. But most of the prevention programs are already part of different platforms of Government of India, right from vitamin A supplementation to say management of appropriate complementary feeding, breastfeeding, and management of some. So there is also a lot of work that has been done in understanding that what is the evidence base for different preventive intervention and what is the evidence quality. So probably again, while defining some of these programs, it will be good to look at what is the effect on wasting or prevention of SAM, and what is also the evidence quality. So for example, food supplementation, again, we have a huge platform in terms of ICDS take-home rations, where there is a lot of evidence base, both in terms of its effect on prevention of wasting, and the quality of evidence is also strong. Cash transfer is something that is again having a good evidence base, but there is still in Indian context a lot of work needs to happen in terms of the platforms that can be utilized for cash transfer and how those cash transfers are actually being utilized for prevention of wasting. There is also a lot of global evidence which is available in cost effectiveness. So when we look at cost effectiveness in most of the countries, there is evidence on SAM programs, both at the facility level and at community level. And this again gives us an indication of resource planning, both in terms of prevention, facility-based planning, and in community-based planning. But some of the key points that I wanted to sort of bring about is that when we look at cost effectiveness of programs, what globally has been seen is that if the delivery of the treatment is done by community worker at facility level, then those interventions are much more cost effective as against facility-based intervention. Secondly, higher coverage is likely to make intervention more cost effective. So if the coverage is low, but even if the program is designed in a very good manner, if the coverage is low, again, cost effectiveness will not be achieved. And third is again in the relapse part and continuing the follow-up of program, follow-up of this children post-discharge is something which again adds to the overall cost effectiveness of the intervention. I'll also quickly touch base on what could be some of the potential use case of technology. So for example, in all the nutrition programs and SAM programs, anthropometry takes a very sort of a bedrock of the entire program, because if we are not able to identify children, we'll not be able to provide them with the services. So what we are currently looking at, there are 4 instruments which are used for anthropometry. It takes around 10 minutes for one anthropometric measurement of one child. The cost of per child is around $0.04 per unit, that is one measurement. And there are multiple errors due to manual entry, device error, device calibration error, lack of training, lack of motivation. Now, there are certain available AI solutions in Indian context and global context, which can use available smartphones with Anganwadi workers, which can leverage Poshan Tracker of Government of India. And it would take around 2 minutes for growth measurement rather than currently which they are taking 10 minutes. Very initial estimates are that this can be very cost effective as against to physical anthropometry. It will help us to automate the growth monitoring process, and it will lead to improved coverage. This can even lead to active anthropometry, because currently, as we know, the major focus is on passive anthropometry, those children who are coming to Anganwadi. But if we have a mobile-based solutions, potentially mothers can use it, frontline workers can use it, and we can also go into active anthropometry. So this is just a use case of how technology can sort of bring about a paradigm shift in terms of some of the work that we are doing, increase efficiency, increase cost effectiveness, but at the same time also increase the accuracy, both in detection of SAM as well as treatment of SAM. So I'll pause here in the interest of time. And again, thank you so much, CFNS and the entire team for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. And all the best for your board. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Only we were interested in the full screen, which didn't happen, but doesn't matter. You know, we have got something. I think that's, I feel little sad to keep you all waiting or adding values to this conversation, questioning also some of the points, but time physical strength. Academic workshop, this is acceptable, because everybody will do a paper presentation and others are to listen. And even if there is 2 minutes and there are 2 presentations, they will do that so that they are feeling and also say that they made a presentation in this work. That is academic work. Our civil society conversation and dialogue is little different. So we have kept some time as a open session after this session. You will get some opportunity to discuss and debate and also add value to this conversation. So you will get opportunity. But let me thank all the panelists who really put their mind and passion into advancing the agenda of how important, how urgent it is for this, and to intervene and to work in a partnership mode and to aspire towards a convergence so that we are able to leverage the resources of the government and at the same time contribute our experience and expertise to deal with this problem. With this, let me request Bashan to do a short summary of the sharing which would have been done by Sri Ramlal Jamuda. Jamuda Sahab was our food commissioner, state food commissioner, very passionate about this issue, but unfortunately he couldn't make it physically. So I will request Bashan to do that and then we will close this session.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, Dr. Hemant, and those who made Hemant today. Hemant not only comes from a very prolific, technical and evidence-based background, but also he is a genuine person. So you will hear more from him in many, many occasions in future and also in many other states. So thank you so much, Dr. Hemant. Let me read out Jamuda sir's speech. So it starts. A respected chairperson.
Point में आ जाइए.
अच्छा ठीक है. I apologize for my absence. So thankfully we are deliberating on this important issue. The incidents which came to the limelight during the year 2016 from a small village called Nagada in Jajpur district of Odisha are deeply imprinted in my mind. As a matter of fact, Jajpur district is very rich in mineral resources and a good number of corporate houses, including the Tata Steel and their industries in very close proximity. From the point of view of the households displaced by mining and related activities, the mines owners are more than vultures, but they are the most favorized of very powerful persons and authorities. With the above background, kindly consider my following suggestions for the betterment of these children and their families. Point number 1. Funds available from sources like TMF and other organizations should be primarily utilized for nutrition, specific and nutrition sensitive programs. Number 2, all children in the age group of 3 to 6 must get preschool education in local Anganwadi centers. Number 3, all children in the age group of 6 to 14 must get school education in local primary and upper primary schools. Number 4, all the parents must be adequately sensitized not to get their daughters married before they attain the age of 21. Next is all Anganwadi workers and primary school teachers should be recruited from the respective village and gram panchayats. Number 6, production of millets should be promoted in the rain-fed areas and the small and marginal farmers should be supported for land development or productivity. Last and 7th point is considering the ground realities in Odisha, determined efforts should be made in the tribal sub-plan blocks to begin with to maximize the consumption of millets, specifically through government schemes like PDS, midday meal, and ICDS. Thank a lot to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamuda sir. If you are part of this dialogue and connected, I think you have shared a number of ideas, but millet is a concrete idea. Other ideas are social behavioral change communication, for which we may or may not need TMF money. But what we need is certainly promoting integrated farming, including village, which is a very concrete idea, and I'm sure you will work further, because many times what we should do is not very clear. So because it's not clear, the money is all spent in different things which are not required on the ground. So as a practitioner, as an administrator, as a food commissioner, right, if you think what are the three things in which the DMF money should be spent there, I think that will be very helpful for the current government and the apparatus of the government, which is dealing with the DMF funds. Thank you so much, sir. I will now request, I think friends, we have listened to a number of people. The problem and the gravity of the situation is known. The Odisha experiment and the Assam experiment gives a jhalak of what is doable, what is being done. We have also heard what are the nuances of this nutrition management program on the ground, the problems there, and what can be done further. And at the same time, there are many things which we think are right or which we think are not right, and which needs a course correction and which needs extra attention. I think they have to be dealt in the subsequent session.
No.
So I will request Sri Pandaji, Ravichandra Panda, our chair of this session, former Union Secretary, to share summary of two takeaways which he is taking, and through him we are also taking.
I am really grateful to all the speakers who have thrown light on malnutrition and how we can make the malnutrition free or malnutrition move. Here, Hemant has brought out global data, and Dr. Hemant, we are really happy to know how you have done that analysis, and that will be useful to us. I should also acknowledge Dr. Saurabh's information which he has given on the various aspects of how in the Western Odisha their activities is really improving the nutritional status of the people. When we take the micro data, certain complex pictures emerge. But if you take the metadata of NFHS 1 in 1991, NFHS 5 in 2021, we must be happy that Odisha has been doing better. And why should I say Odisha has been doing better? Because look at the metadata. Metadata indicates that India had in 1992, when we first elected the survey was there, 20% were the but and this has a decline to 2021 to 19%, or 1% over both surveys over 3 decades. Compare that with this. Odisha had a higher percentage in 1992. In 1992, Odisha had 28.2% malnourished children. Over these 3 decades, that is NFHS 1 to NFHS 5, over these 3 decades, Odisha has improved its position from 28% in 1992 to 18% in 2020. 10% increase, margin, all India average, having been 1% reduction, but Odisha having 10% reduction. This has been possible due to very multidisciplinary approach of the government of the corporate and all of you have been doing wonderful. And keep very few 5-6 milestones of the Odisha which have the project. The change in the landscape of the nutrition landscape is not a single, it's not like a magic wand. Here, magic wand and all malnutrition gone and everybody has different views. No. It has got different segments and different sectors directly or indirectly contribute to malnutrition. And Odisha has established Odisha Food Commission. How many states have done? Nobody has done so well except 1 or 2 MP. Otherwise, all over the country, there are states who claim that they are developed states but have no food commission. Odisha has a food commission to ensure both the quality of the food supply and the offerings of the people is done by the representation coming to the food. Second is, in the water and sanitation sector, the Odisha government has done far better than the others. If you take the COVID management or take the disaster management, Odisha has been a model example for other states. We should be proud of it. And when it comes to the nutrition, you will find Mission Shakti and Mission Millet. So they are separate. But you won't believe Mission Shakti and Mission Millet. Mission Shakti goes to self-help group, community-based works, and the millet goes to the area-specific production and post-production products market. And all these things have done so well. Actually, the absence of Mr. Agarwal and our other Dr. Maninga was appraised by me, and therefore I said I should tell what is happening in the Odisha. But shall we be complacent with this growth rate in malnutrition reduction? No. Why? There are countries in the world who have more single-digit malnutrition, or there is no malnutrition. So, why can we in Odisha aim to reach at least from 18% to 9%? That will be single digits. Therefore, all this multidisciplinary approach will be useful in ascertaining the growth rate in malnutrition. I will not go beyond this. I will stop here because our next session has to begin. Now I will hand over the mic to Peter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This has been extremely valuable in many points. So I thought I'm getting into the same session which Prasanna me did a week ago with the India Today Tantel. Everybody was saying Odisha is the state action. But friends, let me also tell you, devil is in the details. The devil is in the details. We are doing very well, good nationally average. Ekdam barabar or doing 1 point here or there. But when you go to the disaggregated data, only 5 or 6 districts are hijacking this data. All other districts, especially the tribal districts, are really languishing. That call for action. That does call for a very strong collaboration, action, and partnership. That is what I would emphasize. And thank you very much. Let me also thank Sanjay Pandaji, former Chief Secretary Tripura, and Union Secretary, Government of India, who is part of this dialogue, Digital Green, Vaishidhar and Ilapanda Foundation, Mr. Mathur, Lady Irvine College, Gayatri, the head of the Larson and Tibro CSR, Pratyush Panda, who has been a CSR, which are Dr. Aishwarya Vishwal, our bright and young learner from Odisha. Thank you, all of you. And we break, but what kind of break? The break is only to stand up and sit. Nothing else. Right? And those who are under pressure can go out and do that. There is no break actually. You only stand up. Let's stand up actually. So that we are standing, sitting for quite some time. Raise our hand, right hand, stretch your things, whatever you think. And then relax. And those of you who want to go and attend to natural goals, you are free. So there is but because of the brevity of time, this time CFNS was liberal actually in doing it in 3.5 hours. I have done policy dialogues. Just lunch break, it starts at 1, ends at 2. 1 hour, 40 people, everybody gets opportunity to speak, and in the presence of half a dozen secretaries or chief secretaries, whoever it is. Right? People come on time and disappear on time, and we do the dialogue. So we are fortunate that we are having a 3-hour session actually, because of the liberal attitude. And there are biscuits and lassis and all that. So thank you very much. It was a wonderful session. It has set the tone, and I am sure the next session we should carve out what is to be done on the ground actually. What government should do, what civil society can chip in, what intergovernmental organizations like UNICEF, World Food Program, UNFPA, WHO, and all other segments can contribute. What we should emphasize with GOI, because we are teamworks. We can emphasize with GOI, Government of India, to do something. What should be our approach with the corporate social responsibility, and then and is there anyone from the Millet Mission? Oh, you are there. Okay, Asima has come from Millet Mission for the second session, and so I'm very happy that the conversation will go on. And those of you who didn't get an opportunity to introduce and share your identity, you'll get that in the second session. Thank you so much.
What to Saurabh? Thank you, Balaji. Thank you, Krishti. We will now get into a technical session. So the technical session will be basically helping us to talk about, discuss some of the to-dos. So, I mean, what about content setting? We have done the content setting, and now what we are expected to do is how does it actually appear in practice? So we have 6 panelists with us, and basically listening to what transpired in the morning about what are the challenges. We will now discuss on a couple of things. One is how can we make our interventions more results-based? What would be the role of media in addressing malnutrition? How does media play a very key role? How do we look at social behavior change communication? What are some of the basic principles? How that has been done? How do we improve access to basic health and nutrition services to the most marginalized and vulnerable population? And last but not the least, monitoring evaluation, in monitoring and evaluation, what are some of the robust mechanisms, pathways of change that needs to be done? And we have 6 speakers. So each speaker basically presents his or her views within 6 minutes. And then we have a kind of an open house. So in the paucity of time, we will take a couple of questions based on what the speakers are presenting. So we have with us Anu Bothra, then Dr. Pranjal, then Ashima Chaudhary from the Millet Mission, Pratibha from CFNS. I think Pratibha is joining online, right? And Abhilash from my CSR. And along with me, I have Gayatri Mishra, who has been my old colleague, and she is now heading the CSR at Larsen and Toubro, and Mona, who is working very closely and in a prominent position with the CFR. So Mona, you can take it ahead.
Thank you very much, Sana. Good afternoon, everybody. We'll start the afternoon session. And I request to please take Gayatri on. Please unmute her. She has already joined. So I welcome Gayatri also.
Hi.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. We can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. A small caveat over here. I head Larsen Toubro Public Charitable Trust. Larsen and Toubro is a big conglomerate. There will be 20 or 40 departments and units are working. So kindly correct that. I head Larsen Toubro Public Charitable Trust, and it is not the CSR wing. And anyway, thank you so much for the invite. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion, and I'm also looking forward to recommend some actions on the ground after hearing all these doyens of social development and nutrition who are working in Odisha. Though I'm out of Odisha for quite some time, but my interest to work in Odisha has compelled me to be here in this group, and I'm extremely happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gayatri. We are starting the session now.
Sure.
I will request Ms. Anu Bothra from Bird Food Program. She will tell us about how to change key behaviors. We've talked so much about social behavior change and communication and all this morning. So she will talk us about that. Thank you very much.
I will keep the mic. There. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to share my views around the topic. Special thanks to Coalition of Food and Nutrition Security and CYSC. So, how to change key behavior, though it sounds very easy, but it is one of the most complex things to do, to sustain, and even to evaluate. So, we have seen that for any nutrition program, and in order to sustain a nutrition program, there is a requirement to change the behavior in order to bring about a sustainable change. And over the period of time, since 1970, social behavior change communication has come into a limelight because
it not only addresses the concern of information and knowledge, it also addresses the concern of underlying behavior, which in a way hinders to where we were working on rights certification. During the implementation of the program, we also ensured that the students who are getting benefited or for whom the program was designed have some clarity on the subject matter. We evaluated the program, and as based on the evaluation, there were 4 key questions that we were asking through our evaluation. And one of it was in terms of understanding, has there been any increase in the nutrition knowledge of the children, or the knowledge on anemia or on the children? So we have seen that there has been a significant increase post the intervention of the programs in terms of their knowledge retention during the program. Lastly, I would also mention here that there has been a systematic reviews of around 91 studies from low and middle income countries, in which it was reviewed that how social behavior change communication can bring about change. And it was through this systematic review, it was seen that the dietary practices among pregnant and lactating women has increased. Complementary feeding practices through SBCC has improved. So the point here of emphasizing on this study is also that SBCC is an evidence-based approach in which we have seen that after a certain period of time of implementation, desired results are also being seen. In order to sum up what really works in SBCC is that it's being reviewed and seen that multiple approaches works. So suppose if in a program we are using interpersonal, we have to use interpersonal communication. We also have to use media approach, and we also have to use community mobilization in order to sustain the results of the program. Secondly, context specific. So what context? We also need to understand what our audience is, and according to the community, the context needs to be addressed. Just for example, in order to address the taboo of one community, the SBCC package for that community needs to be designed in order to address those taboos. So that's how it needs to be context specific. The last but not the least, SBCC is also being seen to be more effective when the targeted audience has been given the same message again and again. So then only the retention of the message and a bit change in the behavior has been seen. Okay, I'll sum it up with one thing, that if you see the word habit, and it's an old saying that it's very difficult to change habit. So if you see the word habit, if you cross the H, a bit still remains. Even if you cross the A, bit remains. Even if you cross the D, it remains. So this, we try to incorporate a lot of approaches, but then there is a part of it which still remains in it. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anu. It was a very good insight in social behavior change and communication, and it helps, and we have seen its results. So I think it should be carried forward with lots of emphasis. Now I would request Dr. Pranjal from health. He is a health officer in WHO, and he will be talking about how to improve access to essential nutrition and health services. Dr. Pranjal.
Thank you. I present World Health Organization. I'm in the state, and I work for the health system strengthening of the state. So, yes. So the essential nutrition. What I believe is that essential nutrition is a natural thing that has given to us by Mother Earth, which has become unnatural due to equity issues. So food to me is an equity issue, nutrition is an equity issue, it's an access issue, it's an availability issue. I mean, all the communities in the world produce enough food to fulfill the nutrition of the communities. But whenever there is an access issue, whenever there is an availability issue, equity issue, then some portion of the community suffer from malnutrition. It's not that undernutrition is the only problem. Undernutrition is the only malnutrition problem in some societies like urban communities. Overnutrition of the children, like child obesity, is also a problem. It's an equity issue. It is a matter of distribution of resources amongst diverse communities and due to social inequities. So how to solve that problem? So the way I see it is the community empowerment. Just like my previous speaker has said, community empowerment in terms of sustainable food production, in terms of diversity, and access of that each and every member of that community to that produced food is the solution. Now, who is going to do that part? Here we are talking about malnutrition of children. Let us remember that malnutrition is not only about energy deficit or calorie deficit. It's not only about carbohydrates. It's about carbohydrates, proteins, fat, minerals, multiminerals, multivitamins, everything. So if we want to ensure food security in a community or diversity in a community, so it's a multi-sectorial approach. Only a multi-sectorial approach can work. Various stakeholders, I mean, all the stakeholders must come forward to resolve the issue. From the government point of view, the diverse departments like Department of Agriculture, Departments of Fishery, Department of Horticulture, Department of Animal Husbandry and Veterinary, various departments have to play a role. For child nutrition, the ICDS program has a very, very vital role. Similarly, the non-government organizations, NGOs, must play a very vital role. It may be promoting kitchen gardens. It may be changing the diet behavior or food behavior of the community, of a particular community. It may be anything. So to ensure nutrition. And when this nutrition is not ensured, I mean essential nutrition is not received by a community, then the malnutrition happens. And so far as access to health service is concerned, so let me be very clear about one technical fact. We must know that wasting and SAM, that is severe acute malnutrition, is not the same thing. Wasting happens due to acute malnutrition, and it may be of various grades, various categories.
categories of severity. All the SAM are wasting, SAM cases, but all wasting cases may not be SAM. And SAM is an extreme condition, extreme severity. And there are very much well-defined, clear-cut criteria as has been presented by Dr. Hemant to diagnose or to categorize a child as a SAM child, number one. Number two, SAM is a very critical condition of a child where every system inside the human body is under very much pressure to perform at minimum energy level, because there is no energy, no nutrition. Body adopts a system. So the metabolism of a SAM child, the body functions, internal functions. I'll avoid my medical terms and try to make it simple. Body functions function in a different way than a normal child. So in case of a SAM child or wasted child, whatever you say, the system is different. So there is an urgent need for early identification or rather prevention of this condition, for both the purposes, whether it is prevention of the wasting or early identification. The community health workers, that is the sub-center level health workers, that has been upgraded into health and wellness centers by Government of India initiative. The CPHE, we call it nowadays, Comprehensive Primary Healthcare, CPHE team, or the SWC team, has a very, very vital role to play, because the access to healthcare services, the role starts with the ASHA worker and also with the Anganwadi worker. ASHA is the only person in the community who represents the health department. So ASHA workers must be sensitized adequately and enough well that they can early identify, or rather prevent a child going to wasting. Now, who are all those cases? Child having a deficit diet, underprivileged child having recent incidents of any infection like measles, diarrhea, and whenever the ASHA can identify, ASHA can immediately inform the ANM and the CHO, that is the community health officer, about a particular child. And the CHO and ANM can take up further actions to further evaluate the nutritional status of the child. Over and above that, there are various multiple contacts with the health facility that happens with the child due to the immunization services and other services. All these contact points, all the contacts with healthcare workers must be and adequately utilized to assess the child for its nutritional status. One very important finding and rather disturbing finding for me is that the maternal and child health card, the MCP card, has been in practice for I don't know for how many years, maybe 15, 20 years. But in that MCP card itself, if you look properly, there are growth charts printed in that MCP card. That is, those are two WHO growth charts for the growth monitoring of the child. But I cannot comment on Odisha because I have not observed or rather inquired about it in Odisha. But in other states that I have worked, rarely I have found in any sub-center or any MCP card where those growth charts are even filled up. Whenever asked to the ANM, why you have not filled up or have you not assessed the growth of nutritional status of the child, they quickly reply, sir, that is done by the Anganwadi worker. They keep their record. When inquired about the Anganwadi worker, what is your growth monitoring, sir? They frequently reply, sir, that is in my home, sir. Register. That is my experience in other states. That is a very painful thing, because it is the right of the child, it is the right of the parents and mother to know about the nutritional status of the child from the growth chart, because it is color coded. The woman can identify whether the child is developing, growing normally or not. It is color coded. The coding itself says when the child, whether the growth is declining or it is normal. So all those opportunities must be adequately utilized during the routine immunization phase or other contact points of the child with the healthcare worker to assess for the nutritional status or growth status of the child. After that assessment, whenever in doubt or whenever in confusion, the child's growth must be faltering, may be faltering, or child may be undernourished, the system must be adequately prepared and ready and equipped to refer those children to the higher facilities for detailed evaluation. It may be a adequately trained MO in the PHC, adequately trained MO in the CHC, or maybe district hospital. So depending upon the condition of the child. Now, what needs to happen in those higher facilities? A thorough and critical evaluation of the SAM or suspected SAM so far, or suspected wasted child.
Sorry, Dr. Brandon, we are running out of time.
I'll finish in 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Thorough evaluation needs to take place to find out whether the child suffers from any of the complications. There is a detailed list of complications that a SAM child may suffer, which are very critical in nature, and you cannot undertreat those conditions, you cannot overtreat those conditions. It is so critical. Treatment of a SAM child is so critical. It may die out of dehydration, it may die out of overfluid treatment. It suffers from anemia, but if you treat it with hemoglobin, the child may die because system is not ready. His system is not ready to accept hemoglobin. So it is very critical condition. Only a trained medical officer can decide whether to treat the child, which complications child is suffering, and child needs to be, those child who needs to be admitted should be admitted in NRC for initial management phase, stabilization, we call it stabilization phase, and rest of the child period is called rehab phase, and rehab phase can be taken up in the community. With this, I finish my brief speech. Thank you all.
Because due to lack of time, we interrupted. Now I will request Mr. Abhilash Dwivedi, who is joining online. Please take in. Is he available online?
Yeah. Yes.
He is head CSR Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, and he will be talking about what are the key pathways for convergence. Over to you, Mr. Abhilash.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to the learned audience out here. We have to look at the pathways to convergence, firstly, I find the biggest challenge in achieving any mission is that how we draw the roadmap and roles and responsibilities for various multiple stakeholders to come together, have a shared goal, move forward. In the state of Odisha, if I see and whatever presentations in terms of data and views the other participants have shared, it's very obvious that the needle has shifted. There has been orbit shifting in this particular domain. And we seem to get a kind of a sense that we are moving in the right direction. But based on what experience I have through working at the ground level or through learning from various people like you all, I would like to say that the land is measured on foot, and how we build capacities of the field level workers would be very critical from both functions. Here, specifically, if we have to talk about the health and the ICDS in particular, we have data to see that how often they provided refreshers in terms of training and understanding that how both of them equally complement each other. One of the previous speakers just talked about growth monitoring. But if we constantly seem to be having a challenge and a struggle in that, can technology take over this kind of thing so that the field workers are more into the mobilization and sensitization of the people to bring about a positive behavior change? Dr. Hemang Shah talked about technology being brought in at the ground level, which can make a difference. So in some way, the way we have been doing this and the way we would do this going forward and using more of technology would be very unique to look at. At the same time, we also have to factor in that while these two would be the critical functions, the corporates and the civil society do have a role. At least those organizations which are working in this particular theme, how do they come forward more proactively and connect with this theme and understand that yes, it makes not just business sense, but a social sense for them in particular. From talking from the corporate side, yes, there are organizations who have been doing good work. But what differentiates is understanding a benefit from economic terms and non-economic terms. When there are visible emergencies, we move together, we coordinate, we collaborate, and we converge more effectively. When we look at invisible emergencies, one of the speakers talked about how malnutrition is an emergency. I would just like to add that it's an invisible emergency. By the time it hits us, we are already late. So prevention becomes very critical. And that's where if these elements are brought in, we talked about food commission and we talked about various other things which are pioneering efforts. But at the end of the day, how do you measure the success of convergence? That's something which I tried to understand, but so far I have not found answers myself. So if we are able to measure the success of convergence, obviously this will reflect in the outcomes which we are looking at. We have health index, and recent data suggests Odisha slipped 2 places in health index at a national level. Do we have a child in health index or not? I am not aware. So is that some way we can start looking at this as a dashboard going forward to look at how we are improving with the kind of interventions we are doing in effectively ensuring the delivery? I would be very honest and candid to admit that how community-based services have a better effect than facility-based services as brought out by Dr. Shah. So if that be the case, then obviously community-based services would be the right way to go forward. And again, in that part, the building of the capacities of the field level workers becomes very critical. And that's where the investment should go for both, and not only this, but various other stakeholders and players moving forward. In fact, if I have to talk, I haven't seen corporates moving into the research-based kind of funding. They look at programs which is an input, output, outcome. That's how they look at things. But if you have to look at malnutrition, it has to be a long-term commitment, long-term investment to look at knowing that how we have fared so far. And lastly, I would like to put that yes, even if we look at a child mother to A&M ratio or a child mother to Anganwadi worker ratio, how do we stand there? Because that even impacts the overall service delivery at ground level. How does it happen? We have influx of migrant communities going into different places or migrant communities coming into this place. Do we have an element of traceability and tracking? I heard some of them talking about how you trace them, how you track them. This population, particularly how scientifically it gets captured, is an element which can be brought in if we look at how do we converge on even looking at these elements. Civil society has been heard and now has been acted upon through policymakers. But lastly, with climate change playing a major role and climate sensitive hotspots in Odisha, we are all aware of how is that's pretty much linked to malnutrition, as research studies say. So if that be the case, are the nutrition policies aligned to such kind of changing dynamics of weather? And where agriculture department becomes very critical role. These are some out of the box thoughts which I had where we have to look into, because the gamut of the challenge of malnutrition is pretty big. And economically, we know that malnutrition, how it eats into the GDP growth of any nation, not just India or Odisha for that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prakash. It was very interesting talk about convergence with different programs, different departments, different communities, migration population and regular population, and it's really very interesting.
And on that note, since we are talking about agriculture and all, we are having millet mission in Odisha, and I will request representative from the mission, Ms. Ashima Chaudhary, to talk about role of millets in reduction of SAM. May I request Ms. Ashima? Yeah, right.
So I would be very honest and very brief. So far, we have not received or seen any evidence which can actually say that we can solve SAM-related problems through millets, because millets are very rich in fiber, and anything we want to give them for a severely malnourished, I don't think so they'll be able to digest it, or with all the complex nutrition millets have. But surely there are, we can do trials when we can do polishing of millets and remove some fiber out of it, and then probably higher iron or calcium to make it then not fall into the relapse. But I'm not sure if they can recover by consuming millets as much rice or other grains can help, or even other fruits and other things we are giving. So when they are into, they've already fallen into SAM, I'm not sure if millets are the best solutions, but millets can be a sustainable solution to maintain the nutrition and maintain not falling into that trap again. And they are easier source of nutrition, simpler sources, easily can be available with the families because we can provide them through farming families. If the farming family is growing some amount of millet for their own consumption also, they are a richer source of nutrition for long term for mothers also and for children. And because Odisha is very proactively promoting millets, and they are promoting millets in PDS also in ICPS, and they will be doing trials in Indian. So there is a long-term supply of millet which should be part of the mainstream food habit of families, which is a diversification from paddy to multiple other grains. So in that context, I see millets playing a role in overall scenario of malnutrition and improving the health of families which are undernourished and families which have less access to nutritious food because millets are rich in millets, but particularly related to SAM, it's not being proven. We can do trials and we can understand to what extent millets can be given to children and then what impact they are creating on children when they are already into either community facilities or into the facilities which are given. Both trials can be done, but we would need people who are expert in understanding it, and under their supervision, then something can be given, because this is very, very, very serious and situation. In Odisha Millets Mission, we have provided ragi laddu in 2 districts. We would not say that whatever we have provided has created some impact on changing malnourishment situation, because the amount of ragi or amount of millets which have been provided to children is very, very minor. But we would say that there is a larger acceptance and people are willing to diversify to millets, and they are accepting millets-based menu in state universities, which is a welcome step, because any diversity is better than just giving paddy or multiple options related to that. So it's a good step. We are getting into another trial for giving ragi-based THR to pregnant and lactating women. This pilot will start in Koraput and Malgapuri from next month onwards. We are trying to onboard PHFI or NIM to a simultaneously study on this as well. Because when we started Ragi Laddu program in Sundargarh and Keonjhar, the amount is so small that we won't be able to ever establish that because of Ragi Laddu, this change has happened. Because the child is eating in a month 200 grams of ragi and consuming so many other things. So it's a very, very small amount. But when we are giving PHR, we are giving substantial amount of ragi, like around 3 kg or 4 kg of the total package. And it's proposed to be alternate months. So 1 month we bring CHR as it has already been given, and then another month ragi based CHR. And we are expecting that it will have some impact on nutrition along with acceptability as well, because diversity is something which we have been pushing. Millet Mission has been given, is continuously working towards making sure that some diversity in PDS is ensured. And Ragi being one of the major millet in Odisha, the target is to make sure that in the next 5 years, every family can have option of taking 1 kg per beneficiary Ragi in comparison to rice. So if they're taking 5 kg of rice right now, they will have option of taking 4 kg or 3 kg rice and 1 kg millet or 2 kg millet. So that is one option which Millet Mission has been very actively working towards. And the hope we have is that in another 5 years, the production and procurement will be at the level where all the families will have option of also choosing millets from the PDS quota. So, and we are hoping that with all this, along with inclusion in ICDS and midday meals, we are going to do a trial of a little millet khichdi once a week in hot cooked meal in ICDS. That is also one of the trials which we want to do, just to diversify from patty to many other things. So wheat quota is also less. So we want to diversify from patty to millets, multiple other options available. So this is what we have been doing. Regarding this particular thing, I said, anything else if I should update, then I will.
Thank you very much, Ashima. That was very interesting talk about Ragi. Marmia jebe loko khautile, aramre khautile. Seta Ragi galla to ebe mujhe bako podichu ki khal. So it is an interesting change. Yeah.
We introduced Ragi, especially in India, in our ecosystem, and especially when the production started to call in farmers, and especially the young mothers, they kept everything for their own children. So we discussed that we will take this and we will circulate to other farmers. But once they got to know that this is so rich in the entire thing, the nutrition part of it, they said like we are not going to give you anything, so we have to procure seeds from others. But that's what I think Pushpi sir was talking about, that was in my mind. How do we really introduce dietary diversity through farming process? Probably that would be a sustainable solution for the prevention. But addressing the issues at the happening level would not be that effective if we start engaging with various issues. That's what through multiple activities, that would be really wonderful.
Yes, diversity is the crux. I will request Madam Usha Nani of BGBS to speak few words. Thank you very much for your presence here.
मैं थोड़ा 2 मिनट उषा नानी का बारे में बताता हूँ. Any meeting happening without Usha Nani and Basant sir will be incomplete. BGBS is that organization which led national literacy movement in India in at that time 600 plus people. Campaign bolo, movement bolo, social mobilization, infotainment. There is no better organization in the world perhaps than this. And Usha Nani is quite committed. So thank you, Madam, for requesting Usha Nani to speak. Then Basant sir, Madam, Basant sir. Sir, Madam.
Different audience, then I can try myself to speak in English. It is better for me to in Hindi because everyone can understand Hindi. Thank you, Bhaina. Thank you, Bhaina, madam. Really, I am thankful to you all because I am always working in the ground level. मैं हमेशा जॉइंट एथॉरिटी में काम करने वाले लोगों के साथ में काम करती हूँ. अब तक कभी भी ख्वाहिश नहीं थी मेरी कि कहीं एक हाई लेवल लोगों के साथ में बैठना है, क्योंकि वो सब जानते हैं. पहली बात, वो बहुत सारे शिक्षित हैं, उनके पास में पूरी किताब की नॉलेज तो है, लेकिन लोगों की हृदय तक पहुंचना, उनके साथ में आप इमोशनली जोड़ना किसे कहते हैं, ये ज्ञान होना हमें बहुत जरूरी है। आप घर की माँ हो तो उनको बताना जरूरी नहीं है कि बच्चों की देखभाल कैसे। गरीब माँ भी अपने सीने में लगा के अपने बच्चों को खाना नहीं दे सकती है, लेकिन उसके लिए जितनी ताप की जरूरत है वो देती है, और इस जरूरत को पूरा करने के लिए हॉस्पिटल में भी जाने से आपको नहीं मिलेगी। तो ये एक मानविकता है जो समाज अपने धरती के लोगों को नहीं पहचानती है। वो पहला है किसान, और किसान हमें खाना जुगाड़ करके देती है, और हम उसे अब हम बोलते हैं कि विविधता जो है, अभी उन्होंने कहा कि हर जगह में एक खाना हम देके हम कुछ नहीं बोल सकते, क्योंकि बच्चों की खाने की जो जरूरत है और उनकी जो ज्योग्राफिकल, वहाँ की जो भौगोलिक और वहाँ की जो प्राकृतिक देह है, उसी से वो पाते हैं। And then they will take the final and very satisfactorily they will take it. So आज की इस सभा में आप लोगों ने मुझे बोलने के लिए कुछ समय दे, मैं बहुत ही सम्मान करती हूँ। जबकि मैं फायदे के बाद में आई, जो कि हम उतने नहीं है कि अपने गाड़ी हो सके तो ओला बुक करने में देर हुई, तो मैं एक बहुत बड़ी चीज सुनने में रह गई, चूक हो गई। और मुझे काम करने के लिए पसंद है जहाँ चैलेंज होती है। अगर चैलेंज नहीं आपकी जिंदगी में तो आपका काम का मजा कभी नहीं आती है। आप सीने से लगाओ और उनके मन को समझो, और जब तक हम अपने निचले स्तर के लोगों को कम्युनिटी में अभी भी जो है, जैसे जो लेडीज हो, जो गरीब है, SC/ST है, उनको हम एक अलग स्तर में अगर विभाजित करते हैं और उन्हें मानव नहीं करते हैं, इस विभाजन में हम अगर रखते हैं तो कभी भी आप आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते। क्योंकि हमारी सरकार भी ऐसी विविधता को लेकर काम कर रही है। जो गरीब है, ऐसे नहीं है कि जो SC और SC ही गरीब है, बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं। पहले गरीब की पहचान कीजिए, उसके बाद में आपका कदम आप आगे बढ़ाइए ताकि आप आगे चल सके। क्योंकि गरीब हर जगह में है, दुखी हर जगह में है। सीने से लगाइए, काम करने की मानसा रखिए, तो आप जरूर कामयाब होंगे। हम कामयाब पर विश्वास करते हैं और कामयाब भी होते हैं। So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Usha madam. Now taking the session further, I request Ms. Pratibha, Regional Program Officer, CFNS from LP. She will talk about what would be the monitoring framework and mechanisms to introduce IT-enabled monitoring. Over to you, Pratibha. Can you hear us?
Hello. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mona, and thank you, CFNS, for inviting me on this very important discussion on the application of IT, which has got immense potential to transform the nutrition service domain of India, and to say to shape the future of child and malnutrition in India in terms of coverage, quality, accuracy, equity, etc. Also, I feel privileged to be part of this CFNS team, which is visionary and is continuously working upon bringing this topic at the forefront through discourses so that it is used optimally in the right time when it is needed most. First thing first, I'd like to make it clear that whether it is a routine scenario or say non-IT scenario or IT enabled scenario, the principles, fundamentals of monitoring mechanism, monitoring framework remains the same. However, these two fields, the IT application and the M&E field, are the emerging fields in this nutrition service domain. So it has got complexities in three layers. First layer of complexity is the layer to have professionals, experts who has clear, complete understanding of these two domains: the IT domain, IT application part, and the M&E part. And I would say people and professionals having complete understanding of these two domains are very few in number in our country. The next level of complexity, the next layer of complexity is where the right mix or the combination or the integration of these two fields is challenged. In the current scenario, I observe that the IT interventions either predominate the IT part or the M&E part, and they are not very much linked or aligned with the programmatic goal. So such trials or such pilots usually imparts the impression that such kind of IT-enabled solutions are not very scalable, not very sustainable, and they are very cost burdened. Then there is a next layer of complexity where the innovation comes into play. So very few people have this capability after having this complete understanding, after having the skill of integrating these two fields. They have this the skill to innovate, how to augment, how to widen the ambit and scope of current interventions through these two technologies, these two fields. So overall, this is the main challenge which comes and which needs to be addressed while incorporating these fields in the current scenario. I'll give a very appropriate example of Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh government, I'll first mention that Madhya Pradesh state has the statewide CMAM guideline and program, which run in all of its 52 districts. Madhya Pradesh government has the state nutrition policy and the state nutrition management action plan. It has been started since 2020. So as soon as this MP government realized to work upon the CMAM program, they realized the need of having a dedicated IT-enabled monitoring system which could monitor and use this automated technology without burdening the existing machinery and the processes of the system. So they came up with an app called Sampark app. This app is a Android-based app, and its access is provided to Anganwadi workers, supervisors, and CDPOs up the hierarchy up to the state level. And this has also got a web-based dashboard where automated data analysis, automated status of SAM registered children, recovery children, number of recovery is mentioned. Also, this has this block, district, divisional level performances. So, and also it enables the officials down the hierarchy to provide support in terms of supportive supervision. So I would say that it is this use of IT enabled monitoring which has made this mammoth task easier since 2020, and in 2022 the status of SAM and MAM in Madhya Pradesh is much improved, and they're again progressing, towards achieving the complete eradication of SAM by 2030. Also, in the end, I would reiterate that this use of IT and M&E thing has immense potential in this nutrition service scenario and to shape the future of child of India in terms of coverage, quality, equity, and accuracy. Thank you.
This Sampark app we have also been studying for utilizing in Odisha. Taking the discussion forward, Mr. Balsam Mahabli is here. So, sir, I would request if you have shared with us a few words from your vast experience as to what needs to be done in this.
I am patiently listening to 2 points caught my mind. One, Ambika the point of cultural silence. Then Pushti told about knowledge center. I was one of the co-travelers in the malnutrition zone with Pushti, then Basant, Saurabh, Pratyush, Panda, Gayatri Valati, all these colleagues were on the same boat. I jumped out of the boat. I'm no more in the same boat. Because what I see today when I'm going to the ground is culture of silence. I see very contrasting picture. Some 4 or 5 months back, I was in Mayurvanj. Incidentally, I went to one of the Anganwadi training centers because of my interest. When I went there, I found elderly women, those who do not go out of work, take care of the children, are assembled there. Were assembled there, and by the time the helpers started cooking, these women rushed to their homes, some to the garden, and collected sadhana saga, vegetable, ଚାକୁଣ୍ଡା ଗଛର ଫଳ ଏସବୁ ଆଣିକିରି ସେଥିରେ ପକେଇବେ. This is one thing. With reference to the migration, the perennial migrating districts are Balandi, Balandi. 2-3 months back, I was in a Balandi village because this health and nutrition building came out of the same boat. Rushiji was the big brother who was organizing food for all of us, including the some children. Basant was playing a role, Saurav was playing a role. We have different roles, each one of us were playing. So, in the Balandi village, I found when the food is good or the health and nutrition day is conducted, except Anganwadi worker, neither ANM nor Assam, nobody did it. I was very curious. But I then thought, let me visit a couple of more villages. Situation is almost same. Ownership has to happen at a community level. After working for so many years, system cannot resolve any problem. System is only a conduit. The best facilitators are who are genuinely interested to see these changes. They can emerge from community, they can emerge from government service, they can emerge from few of us as social facilitators. Now, this diversity, when you say capturing the knowledge in the knowledge center, unfortunately, Vasant is not around here to now. This culture of silence का जो examples है, the diversity in various community and in tribal community, we are saying they are minorities, but the food diversity of the tribals are destroyed by the system. Ragi Mandya pejo mu 6 ବର୍ଷ ଆଦିବାସୀ ଗାଁରେ କୋୟା ଗକୁଆ ପଟାର ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ରହୁଥିଲି ମୋର ଷ୍ଟାଫଲ ଫୁଡ ଦେଇ କରିଥିଲା କେବଳ ଏଇ ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ପେଜ ମୁଁ କାହିଁକି ରହୁଥିଲି ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ପେଜ ତା ଆମେ କହୁଛେ but can be made tasty. I experimented that I ate it, and today I am only 7 years old, but I am strong and stout. Zero छोड़ दिया है हाँ जीरो को छोड़ो ना जीरो का वैल्यू क्या है leave the zero. So this is the tribal scenario. We are creating a negative transition by our middle system. Ragi is a small attempt, but to feed such a huge population, how much Ragi? I remember when Saurav and me were working together Satish Abhiyati was WCT secretary. I was going to Delhi. He said, Bhandiji, get me a ragi malt bottle. कहाँ मिलेगा? जगन्नाथ मंदिर के पास जब राधा कृष्णन प्रेसिडेंट थे, एक तमिल शॉप है, यहाँ जरूर मिलेगा. And that is the place. I went there, some 200 grams. The cost was 230 rupees for 200 gram ragi malt. Flavored ragi malt, it is written there, produced in Tamil Nadu. Now, when we are adapting, the elderly generation are adapting this. I find my granddaughter, she is 3+ years old. I took her for a ride. एक दुकान के पास रुक जाओ. I need juice. Which juice? She pointed out to a thumbs up bottle. I came back, I asked her parents, "Ye kahan se aa gaya? How she is fond of this?" We in our family are introducing these kind of rods in our culture. Another scenario, I was in Parlakandi few days back. Centurion University, I am a visiting professor. After when I get time, I went up the hills. I started inquiring what is the food pattern. I asked a very elderly person. Again, what do you get? Our teacher, bread and tea. Kahan se aa gaya? Then I went to a middle-aged person. He said, "Nahin, sir, ek baar dopohar mein khana kha lenge." Then I came down to a school and asked the children, "Breakfast, kya kha ke aaye ho?" Everybody mentioned many things. Bread se leke, mudi mixture se leke, बुट मसाला से लेके सब कुछ बोले, but not ragi. मैंने asked the teacher, यहाँ क्या रागी प्रोडक्शन नहीं होता है? हम नहीं सर, खाने वाला कहाँ है? कोई भी प्रोडक्शन will do it. So you find varieties of pattern when you are discovering the way forward for arresting malnutrition. Then the question boils down to nutrition health as a platform has significantly changed quite a larger area, but there are many areas of improvement. Many agencies like ours are trying their best. Now the system, even ANM's visit were decided in our time, solo nutrition health means that is the village, particular village visit. That was rolled out. But the types of load are loaded on the shoulder of these actors on the ground. Anganwadi worker is playing the role of partner. जो भी चाहिए अंगनवाड़ी के बोले तो पहले जैसा था कि स्कूल मास्टर. Now the Anganwadi worker, she is a symphony director. She is, instead of a specialist in handling food nutrition, early childhood education, she does everything other than this. These are the challenges which are coming from the ground. My honest suggestion to the forum is, please look into the variations and abbreviations as well as deviance we are creating in our own society. When I asked my younger brother, which is studying commerce, tiffin लिया है? नहीं, मैं पिज्जा खा लूँगा. मिलता है? मिलेट भी जाए नहीं मिलेट मिशन is a novel idea, but the question is how that taste could be marketed. What permutation combination has to be adopted into the recipe has to be researched further. And today, not today, from my childhood, our breakfast is Mandia Jabu because my Mrs. husband was बोलना नहीं चाहिए या तुलना चाहिए इनका डिस्टिलरी था जयपुर का उम्र में डिस्टिलरी था which is sold to मोदी टैक्स वाला को बेच दिया हम चाहते थे क्योंकि यहाँ देसी कुकड़ा मिलता था तो वहां से हमारा the rice we consume in the home always comes from Koraput Jaipur. We have establishment there. Then kukda, desi kukda, desi kukda is also coming from there. So we are habituated with the nadi, but my children never picked it up. Both my son and daughter, they are married and they have children, but that culture died. Like the culture in tribal family dies out of government program pushes and market pushes. Huge challenges are there because I was patiently listening because the elderly Donajajira is sitting here, he knows he has traveled all the way because in Balangir, he himself experienced all this. Both of us traveled together, saw this. So these are few of my suggestions. There are many stories. Stories cannot end, but I am still continuing. I am going to plead. I am associated with the CYSD as a board member, but I am more close to the program management team than the board because I want to travel and see things. What's going on? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words. Whenever you speak, it never ceases to kind of surprise me as to the finding that you bring from the field. Very regular. In fact, that is what exactly is happening. And today, we probably have come full circle when we are designing interventions for agro-processed foods. Number one. Number two, obesity and hypertension and all these kind of things have kind of increased by leaps and bounds. And India is very soon going to become the diabetes capital of the world. All of these are related to what exactly.
How many are not having diabetes? Diabetes नहीं है बोलते हैं
अभी तक नहीं
So we have with us Sri Sanjay Patel. I would now request if he is brought online and requested to give his points.
Dr. Panda, are you there? Dr. Sanjay Panda.
So once Dr. Panda comes online, he can make his point. But maybe we'll now go into consolidating what we heard from this technical session, the key takeaways. And I will just mention a few points that hand it over to Gayatri, who is the head Larsen & Toubro Public Charitable Trust to make her point. So we have heard very, very interesting observations regarding social behavior change communication and how that is the pillar on which various interventions run, because we are talking about food and nutrition, and everyone knows that how challenging it is to change human behavior, specifically related to food. Pranjal from World Health Organization, he mentioned about how to increase access to health and nutrition services and how management of severe acute malnutrition or severe wasting amongst young children, why it needs to be addressed on a priority basis. Abhilash gave us a very good idea about how convergence and why convergence is so essential. Ashima mentioned a very important point regarding millets and the importance of the millet mission. And coupled with it, Mahanti also mentioned that probably time has come to look as to change winning behaviors, change eating habits, because we probably have forgotten our roots in terms of what needs to be consumed. Millets obviously is not an answer to children who have already become SNAS, because the protocols are very set, treatment and management protocols. We cannot go beyond that. Otherwise, we kind of further make the child further vulnerable and at risk. Pratibha gave a very interesting presentation on IT system, the Sampark app, which used to track children with severe acute malnutrition in Madhya Pradesh. And Usha ji and Dr. Mahanti contribution in terms of what needs to be done in terms of getting the most vulnerable to speak or breaking the culture of silence is something that we all have. And I would now request Gayatri to make her points.
Yeah. Thank you, Saurav. Thank you so much for summarizing all the panel discussion. And I must thank CFNS for organizing this workshop, which is very, very timely. When I look at the NFHS data, definitely there is an amount of happiness and satisfaction, because Odisha as a state has, there is a noticeable improvement in figures relating to child malnutrition. But what is happening, as all of us have been discussing since morning, the wasting issue is still yet to be addressed. And you all will agree, there has been a serious focus on preventing stunting over the past decades. And we are not past decade, 2 decades, I should say. And what Mr. Mahanti said and Saurav has added, the cycle is still there, and we all are still cycling the wheel and knowing what to do, but not able to fix the problem to the extent which we should have been doing. All of you will agree that there is very less policy and programmatic attention as far as wasting is concerned. On the other hand, if you look at the challenge today in the country, we are talking about demographic dividend with a lot which has been malnourished. I come from a company which is Larsen & Toubro, where we deal with the construction worker, migrant laborers, and trust me, the productivity of these laborers who are coming from particularly the eastern part is a matter of concern. And with my background of INHP, when I look back and I hear Mr. Panda, Mr. Prusti, Mr. Mahanti, and Mr. Bastankar, all of them have thought about it and worked on it 20 years back. But still, the surprise, while there is this happiness that yes, we have done good, but we have to raise the bar. And how do we raise the bar? And very appropriately, though the panel members have already said, I would like to compliment Abhilash on his ways, pathways to convergence. And convergence is one issue, it's not today. We have been talking about it since ages. But one new theory or new concept has come up, which is technology. And this is the time for all of us to see how we can integrate technology or deploy technology to identify the hotspots, which Mr. Prusti was talking about. If we have to address the silent emergency, we have to really have a targeted intervention. Sprinkling the water across will not be a good solution for Odisha anymore. So we have to look at, Mayurbhanj is one district which is doing pretty bad. And Mayurbhanj is also with, tribal, overly populated with tribal population. And then the question is, who's looking at underlying causes? And somebody spoke about farmers, sustainability, climate, energy. Lot many things have to be done here. But I think, this forum of CFNS can do a larger role in looking at technology deployment, showing the mirror to the government to advocate and nudge them, and at the same time do more and more research on best practices, what has worked and what has not worked, and what we should do. And we must, from my experience, I can tell you, we work in tribal areas. We have to go a little bit granular. From the district level, we have to have strategies for the block level. And if we do the block level strategy and try to implement along with the government, and trust me, without working with the government, nothing can happen at the block level, at the village level. And with my experience also, I can see that I should not put all the CSR in one bucket, but most of the CSR partners, they're hesitant to work with the government because that doing easy a business is not still there. Where on the one hand, we have FICCI, we have CII to further the goal of the businesses, but we do not have a similar front on the ground who can further the CSR agenda, be a conduit between the government and the CSR to make them work seamlessly. So I think this will be a major area for CFNS. I would be extremely happy to contribute in this area from practical experiences how it can be done. And another major area which I don't think anybody has spoken so far, or I have missed listening, is technical knowledge of the civil society and the actors who are working in the field. I see a tremendous gap that leads to frustration of the government department to part with or collaborate with people on the ground. Sometimes government feels it's a waste of time, it's a Photoshop, it's no concrete action is done. And with the recent CSR rules of 1 year project time, it's going to be further difficult. And it's going to be another Factories Act kind of a ruling over the CSR work than actually doing long-term work. And malnutrition requires a long-term strategy. And my request to Basankar sir and Prushti sir, and particularly to Mr. Panda and the others here, to look at how the CSR is nudged to have long-term strategy and to have a targeted approach for this malnutrition. Otherwise, things will not change. We'll come back, Saurabh, me, Pratyush, and all of us, whatever we are talking about, the 4 strategy, that is behavior change, access to healthcare, system strengthening, convergence, it will again remain, and another younger lot will come and put the old wine in the new bottle and start talking about the same thing. So it's high time for the CFNS to put the brains behind to come up with the block level strategies and a hotspot strategy and target driven approach. And I can see there is a lot of enthusiasm with the government also. They will also collaborate if we give concrete action plan for next year backed with lot of data and evidences. And I will stop here, and if time permits or in some other workshop, I can share how Larsen Toubro Public Charitable Trust has got into the comprehensive development approach of addressing malnutrition and health. The convergence which we are talking about, if you talk about low birth weight babies are born, and the low birth weight malnutrition is irreversible. How do you check that? You have to go back to the education. Tribal girls are dropped out from the school because RT give them provision up to 14 years. After that, there are no schools. So L&T has picked up strategies to create additional classrooms and hostel facility so that we can retain the tribal girls in hostels in safe environment. So the marriage is delayed by 2 years. So this is one example which I'm giving. Similarly, we have to work for each issue along with the government. And trust me, the technology part which we are talking about, it is the CSR strength. It is the innate strength to the business approach to do the program can come only if the CSR participate in this movement in a larger term. So I think I have taken enough time, lot more to speak, but I look forward for another opportunity to sit with people and take them through how a block level approach can be developed and given it to the corporate and ask them to help our civil society to implement it. So that there lies the challenge, and let's put together our brain and work towards it. And once again, before I end, I must thank Prushti sir and Basankar sir and Basan Mahanti sir, and of course, Mr. R.C. Panda, whom I have never met, but I have heard about his work. I have read all his forwarding of papers in literature and other things. And once again, thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Over to you, Mona.
Dr. Sanjay Panda, that you are requested. I'm taking permission from the chair to request you to share your wisdom. And for the audience, let me introduce Dr. Panda is a very passionate administrator. He was the former Chief Secretary of Government of Odisha, followed by the Secretary Handloom and Textiles in the Government of India. He has been an author. He has written books on CSR. He has written books on good practices from the grassroots. So over to you, sir, for your wise advice. Thank you.
I am extremely grateful to Dr. Prusti and all the organizers for this event, which is extremely important. And I'll be very specific as to what I feel needs to be done. Before me, Madam has told very elaborately, I'm not going to report that thing. But I have a feeling that, we have enough of data. Everything is there.
Yeah.
The thing that is central, key to the thing, is commitment and mindset. And in this context, what is important is all of us know under the Constitution, malnutrition is an issue to be addressed by the government under the directive principle of state policy. Government is doing, but the pace is slow. So it is necessary that government, corporate, NGO, civil society, all needs to work together. There is no second opinion about that. I am coming to how it is to be done. First thing is that government is responsible, government is doing it, but the pace is slow. How we can expedite that thing? I am telling basically based on my experience of Tripura and while writing the book on CSR. First case, you see, we have a tendency that government will give everything free, and in that process, all our traditional knowledge is getting compromised. While in Tripura, under MG and Rega, we have started a practice in raising kitchen garden in all Anganwadi center with 3 species. One is papaya, one is curry variety of banana, and third is drumstick. All of you know why these 3 species. It doesn't require maintenance, very rich in iron and other things. It started, but it did not continue. Odisha government also have similar practice. But the point is, yesterday I was reading a small line, any success is doing small work on a continuous basis. We do small things, but that continuity is required to be brought in. So that is one point, is that the traditional knowledge, we must encourage the mother, because unless the mother take care of the child, none of us, we can talk at length, we can have any video, anything, but unless the mother is serious, unless the mother is equipped, unless the mother is given the assets, very little can be done. That is my personal opinion. You may or may not agree. After 2 years of COVID, one thing has happened in the rural area is that everybody, mind you, everybody, 100% people, the age group and the stakeholders we are talking to in the rural areas have become smartphone friendly. And what my previous speaker spoke, that technology is with us. So technology का कोई problem नहीं है. We may have any research volume, any document. There is no dearth of document. Everywhere, 1,000 days of importance, etc. has been discussed. So that is one point, commitment and ability to work together. Second point that I would mention, and I'm very strongly recommending that thing, is that why can't we have Akhay Patra foundation type of model in each block? And the model can be mechanized kitchen. Mechanized kitchen, the capital cost along with a corpus fund can be made out of CSR, can be made of district mineral fund. There are so much of news item about this thing. I don't want to elaborate on that. So capital cost can be made out of this thing, and the recurring expenditure can be made from the budgetary provision of the scheme. ICDS, MDA, midday meal, all this program is there. This can run exceedingly well. The only thing is the mindset change. Okay. I am not, because I am not a speaker, I am just making a point. So these 2 small points I am making. And I will end with a 2 line in Oriya, which I have mentioned in my book on CSR. That two lines is Ondhara boli karo nahi golo dipatiye diya jali jalibo tahiru sahasra dipali andhakare jiva chali. Agar ye room mein if there is darkness, light goes and all of us shout ki light chala gaya, light chala gaya, light chala gaya, light is not going to come. But if Prushti Sahab light a candle and Panda Sahab light a candle, I light a candle, Jamuda Sahab light a candle, and thousands candle will glow and the darkness will go away. Dear friends, let us avoid the tendency of criticizing each other, one another. Let us develop the tendency of working hand in hand for this issue of national importance. Thank you.
Yeah.
My two co-chairs, Mr. Prabhat Pani and Mr. Zaldan, they were what this morning and probably Mr. Prabhat will come. But Mr. Pani was a career manager in the House of Tatas. He studied in BITS Pilani, studied in IIM Ahmedabad, and joined the Tata Administrative Services and worked in various Tata group companies. I think for the end of his career, he was the managing director of the Ginger Hotel initiative, which started its time. I think Prabhat has done. No, not picking. He has during his career, and then after that, he was also for many years. He was the director of Tata Trust, handling partnership, innovation, and technology. And he has other persons. He is a teacher of excellence. He's teaching the sustainability management practices in the Experience School of Management in Mumbai. He has been a member of the governing body of IIM Sambalpur. So I really welcome him. His passion for nutrition is very high. So we are thinking that he will give us some good advice. But some of his relatives are in the hospital, so he might be tied up there. We can start with the recommendation. So we'll not wait for him, or if he comes in, we'll welcome him in between. But let's go ahead with the 15 because we have already crossed our time limits. Jonathan is also not there. So I think I have to perform the role of chair and co-chair. Side. So now first, I'll request Vasant and Priyamada Kaushik to read out our statement on the key recommendations for the roundtable. There's a lot of ideas came, a lot of suggestions came. So to summarize those items succinctly, I think I request Person to have your answer.
Okay, so let me also start. Thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity. We have tried our best to capture recommendations. In case we have missed something, please write to us. You have the contact address, or please tell what are the things we have missed. We'll try to add it. And basically, Saurabh, Jagdan sir, Monaji, and Gayatri also synthesized very well the recommendations. But this is just a consultative one. Next. So we spoke about Odisha has demonstrated exemplary models on nutrition. So build on those models and make the program context and culture specific. That was coming across. So about context, culture, building on traditional knowledge, everything was coming. Restoring stolen childhood was an important message. I think all the participants tried to give. Prevention first. I think that was reiterated by Dr. Hemant in his presentation. If there will be difficulty in prevention for children who slip into SAM, then SIMAM and institutional based care would be the option, and NRC is one such approach. Data and evidence-based programming is the lifeline. Invest on data-driven management and result-based programming. I think so. Dr. Hemant, Monaji, all the technical people spoke about data, and also they shared the evidences. So what are the models? And extensively, Dr. Hemant shared about many references and evidence. Invest on social behavior change communication, specifically on interpersonal counseling, that is necessary. High impact action research project in a region or in number of aspirational districts also came as a suggestion. Gayatri spoke about hotspots. So those are the places they needed. Some suggestion came about action research project on millet. So that was another suggestion which came. These projects will have targets to reduce wasting, and it has to be result-based and outcome-based. Shift the focus from product to child, because product is necessary. Means diet is necessary, not necessarily product, but child needs support, dignity, essential services, supplies, safe and nutritious energy-rich diet. So there are many things. So community-based care, so that is necessary. So shift that focus on the child. Provide a safe place for the child to survive and thrive, and we should provide that. Revitalize nutrition surveillance, because monitoring those some children will be key, because some children might slip into different stage of age or of life, which is unbearable. So monitor that. That will be key. Next slide. Governance is key. Supply services is linked to that. Transparency, public accountability will be necessary. Large number of people talked about panchayats. Many people talked about, so I think Gayatri just now spoke about migrants. Kamrasa talked about other tribal groups. So exclusion is very high, and malnutrition outcomes are quite unfair, and address those who need it. Role of local government, we spoke. Mainstream gender while planning nutrition programs and investment in women empowerment for food and nutrition security. Ambika spoke about Mission Shakti. Many people spoke about Mission Shakti. Odisha provides that platform. Why not you use that for Mission Western Mission? India's academic and research institutes can be engaged because it is linked to monitoring, learning, research, and knowledge management. Using artificial intelligence also came while Christy talked about that. Dr. Hemant spoke about that, and many people talked about tracking, tracing, and improving SIMA outcomes. IT-enabled monitoring also spoken by Pratibha and many other people. Social mobilization campaigns and movements are necessary for behavior change, awareness, breaking the culture of silence. Interestingly, this followers language about culture of silence was illustrated by Ambika, Osamsa, Usanani spoke about campaigns and movements, social mobilization. I think Odisha is also very rich in that. So that was visible all through. Next slide. I request Yamada. The development partners and the government having representation from line department, including departments, need to come together for breakthrough research and evidence-based model. So we are just presenting the recommendations. So the government may initiate a special campaign, nutritional campaign for some children. This is necessary, perhaps long overdue. So it is all about fighting malnutrition or wasting together. And the role of private sector, CSR and sustainable sector in building a wasting-free Odisha will be important. We are very fortunate to have representation from Paradeep Hospitals, representation from many CSR and private sector, including representation by Omika, then Avilas, check a paper, also Gayatri and many others. So for the benefit of Gayatri, we are saying many of you will also invite you to all upstairs. We are going to have that. So that is one. Convergence is necessary. Converge to transform, and this convergence should happen at village level, sector level, block level, and district level. District collector or DM will be key, because unless that monitoring happens, it might be difficult. Millets came overwhelmingly from many messages, from many speakers. Millets can be promoted as complementary nutritious diet. So maybe it's not the only answer, but it can complement. And what Saurabh also technically presented, that they have also micronutrient efficiency. Millet is rich in macro and micronutrient, so that can be augmented, that can be promoted. Yesterday we heard, sir, you are chairing person. So we heard from your person.
Who is there? Amar Vasan present color.
So what they were saying, there was some myths about millet. Millet was creating rancidity, millet was creating stomach problem. So there was a lot of stigma, but yesterday we heard that Odisha government in partnership with CFTRI and other NIN, they have now brought out appropriate technology where millet is not creating more harm to children. So that is taken care for quality assurance and quality control measures. So millet can be promoted as a complementary diet. So conducting trial as a research project and millet so will be necessary, but millet can be promoted in NRC and SIMA program. Medical professionals and caregivers need to sensitize. And Gayatri also very nicely pointed about skilling human resource. She told that there has to be technical knowledge. Yes, skilling human resource is very key, because it is perpetual. Perpetual is a very difficult to digest, but we deliberately included that. And for generations it is happening. Dr. Ponna might be knowing, many civil servants might be knowing. One committee report which came out before independence was perhaps the first nutrition policy in India. So it was very good report. At that time, malnutrition was there. Today, malnutrition is there. Malnutrition is silent emergency, which is our spoke. So I think we need to deal with that collectively. Next slide. So these are the over. Okay. So another thing.
Second.
Last point which Odisha needs a comprehensive policy, already has a comprehensive policy, which has been endorsed by the state government, by the departments and government of Odisha. So this do not put this because this is not giving a correct picture of Odisha. Next slide. Why did we look at that training of health professionals? Yeah, medical professionals and caregivers, see, these are the people who are trained. If you run a CMAP program, these are the common professionals who are trained, because as I had mentioned, people need to take anthropometric measurements. People need to do the first initial test of whether the child is able to conceive. That is being done by the health professionals. Plus, antibiotics is also administered in the community setting, because the child comes with several hereditary infections. So this obviously is being done in the Odisha CMAP. So again, this is a part of the entire CMAP strategy of Odisha. So this is not need to be sensitized. Obviously, they are sensitized. They are trained, not only sensitized, trained, and we have Kalavati Central Children's Hospital and the Center of Excellence for Child Health and Nutrition, both of them based out of medical institutes to do this training. So this is also not a right representation of the report. Plus, NRCs using millets, that is what Ashima said, that is not the correct thing, because the children come with a lot of nutritional vulnerability. The millets is not a diet which can be actually used in the NRCs. They won't be able to absorb that particular thing. So what we can rather turn it around, which came, is that preventing stunting and severe stunting. One of the key strategies is promotion of use of millets as an alternative to the regular, diets, because that gives the more diet diversity to the food. So these are some of the things which I think the first point is good. Millets can be promoted as a complementary, but serving in industries, I don't think that is okay.
Yeah, points are well taken. We can read through, but whenever we are talking about sort of skilling, we are talking about skilling not only on technical areas, but also this group talked about many social issues, how they are culture specific, how they are sensitive, how the service providers are caring approach. This is much more than just technical. So that is why technical. Yeah, so we will see that. Yeah, so these are the suggestions, but one important suggestion came across is which Gayatri spoke, which Vasan Sir spoke about culture of silence and underlying issue. Historically, in nutrition program is more on symptoms management. So, but in Odisha, we are happy to know that people spoke about underlying issues, breaking the culture of silence. So that is also very, very important to know. We are not included that as a recommendation because it is more of a concept, but that is a point to be discussed. Thank you so much.
No, I think it's going to be 2 o'clock. Basant had already done an exercise to check how many of you are diabetic. That is also known. So I don't want a hypoglycemic situation in this hall, right? Because I don't have a doctor also to deal with this situation. So therefore, we have to close. All good things must come to a close. Before we close, and before I hand over to Pranalji and others, let me tell you, recently I was invited by the SCB Medical College, which was celebrating their platinum jubilee, 75 years. And SCB Medical College is the premier and apex, what you call, medical institution of the country. Well, when you are the chief speaker, you can speak on anything, and whoever is the audience, they are bound to listen in. So I used that opportunity, blasted at the medical community there. And what did I blast? I said, you have all nice departments. They gave me a very interesting picture of how well the hospital is managed now. I accepted that, very well managed. My question was, where is the empathy actually? How do you empathize with the patient? How do you empathize with the poor? How do you empathize with the SAM child How do you empathize with the family? I think that is the training which is missing actually. So you have to think of that module. If that is there, I'm happy, delighted. If it's not there, let us improve that. That is important. That is critical actually. Unless you empathize with the affected party, you will be only dealing with them technically, scientifically, and all that. And that only takes 60% of the problem and 40% remains actually. So that is extremely important. They took it very nicely. Doctors didn't react. They were very happy. They asked me, how do we really build this empathy model in our training and curriculum? But curriculum is prescribed by ICMR. We can't tweak on this. Something has to be done around it. But I did give them the opportunity of looking at some of the models actually. So that is one. The second point I want to drive is, I think all good things must end with some concrete action. And I'm very happy that Gram Vikas Africa, agencies, began, Saviti, we are all here. And we are all serious players, right? We don't want to touch and vanish. We are not night fly operators. Because we are serious, because we have a commitment also to change the scenario as it is, then we have to read between the lines. Reading between the lines does require, to look at the rhetoric and the reality. Rhetoric is everything is going well, all problems are addressed, etc., etc. And there is very, very little room. Maybe you can give 1-2 ideas, will improve it, but things are absolutely all right. I think that is a very dangerous trend. Actually. The trend has to recognize the problem. It's a very acute problem. And that problem requires a many hands approach. And many hands approach is so important, so important. So therefore, my request would be, the corporate, through them to others. I will also, Ambika and me will take them in the Indian Chamber of Commerce. We can have a special dialogue with Basant virtually or physically with all what my colleagues are busy in doing a women's entrepreneurship Mela in Janta Maidan, which was over day before yesterday. And luckily, I'm the convener. Ambika is my co-convener. So together we can convene that. And, serious corporate players can come and we can have a very, serious conversation. How do we really take it forward? Civil society, we have to also identify something and take it forward. If we are able to really work in about 24 panchayats, 24, I'm not asking for all the 5,000 panchayats, 24 panchayats, and really demonstrate that. We have tried the CMM model in Odisha, the Odisha CMM approach in a serious manner, and this is the result. And these are the things which is doable, these are the things which are difficult, these are the things where you need to really depend on others. If we are able to do that, I think our heads will be up, our confidence will go up, and then from 24 panchayats, it will become like a wildfire. Then it catches fire. And then 5,000 panchayats, 5,000 plus, they also take it as a kind of agenda for themselves. Once that happens, I can see a very clear satisfaction of this dialogue, which has been initiated with all earnestness by Basant and the team. And thank you so much. And I get a call from the Indian Chamber of Commerce. Right time. Thank you so much. I will call back to you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jagannath, Basant and Premada for sharing the recommendations. I have only 2 points to make in addition to those recommendations. One is that there is these are some issues around the misgivings. Our friend from Millet Mission was little careful in making a statement and all that. It sounded as if millet is not relevant for addressing the issue of malnutrition, although she emphasized that it is rich in micronutrients, sort of also emphasized and all that. So it is how, so therefore millet use of millet to address malnutrition need comprehensive study. And yesterday we were discussing with Dinesh, and we were talking that the possibility of conducting some pilots is certain, and Mr. Jagdan mentioned about doing some pilots in 2 dozen panchayats and all that kind of thing. So this work can be done to demonstrate the efficacy, efficiency of effectiveness of these various CMAM interventions with the millet and other sustainable food production systems. That should be the approach, because the community approach is a solution. Clinical approach is only, it will take care of only 10% of the malnourished children and all that. So that is the approach we should do. Second point, about again demystification. A lot of people think that technology will replace human efforts, but technology is not going to human. Technology, when placed in the hands of the people, then it can start working. So therefore, we have to make the technology understood well and adapted well, and people to use it. We have seen the computers, a lot of misgivings were there when computer came. People thought that their jobs will go. But now, both jobs and both computers are gone. So therefore, the technology that we are talking is, let us look at the technology with that adequate seriousness and do something. The last point is that whatever we do to establish it as a good practice for replication and scale up, let us think about doing RCT, random controlled trials, at those fields where we will do, so that whatever work we do, it is tested, proven, and justified for further action. So those are the 3 important points that I would like to submit before I hand it over to our chairman, Dr. Asif Bhatta, for his concluding remarks.
Thank you. We are concluding conclusion. I am not going to take more time than this very small, but let me at the outset convey my gratitude to all of you who have participated in this roundtable. We carry to forward to the next levels of roundtable which will be taking place in other places, because the experience from this will be a very path-breaking for governments. They will be able to know that we are doing better or worse. But all the recommendations which have come out in the discussions and deliberations, I feel need to be categorized broadly 3 categories. The first is policy-related matters. The policies can be at the state level, at the central level, at the district level, sub-district level, but it has to be wide. The second is process. How do you try to operationalize the ideas and the recommendations by which the malnutrition reduction really takes place? Then the third is in the age of the technologies. What are the protocols? What are the technologies available which will facilitate and hasten the process of malnutrition reduction? I would say that these are the 3 broad categories in which the main aim is malnutrition reduction. Because in each of the recommendations you will find very sub-components will be there to be done. It will be at our level. We cannot go on to the nitty-gritty of a particular point. But broadly, when it is given, the state and the central and other agencies will be in a position for it. So, thank you very much. As Mr. Jagdan has mentioned, those who are diabetic, they must be cautious. You are to have one of those diabetics.
saw a lot of hands.
But a lot of people will raise it, so one hand is raised, other hands will come up. So they are reluctant to see who is raising the hand. But doesn't matter, I am raising my hand, we will break now. But let me, Jagdananji, very profusely thank you personally and CYSD as an organization for hosting and preparing this. Let me also thank my colleagues like Pushti, then our Vasant, Yamuna. There are many silent speakers without speaking anything as people know. So we also thank them. And here I must keep a record invaluable contributions which have been made by Saurav from UNICEF and Hemant from the STEAM for the success of this roundtable. Thank you very much. We look forward to joining the lunch, and our next meeting will be in the next roundtable in August. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It happened under your leadership. So we are inviting you all of the lunch now. Before that, we'll take two group pictures, one with panel members, other with all team. In the background of this banner. Odisha, अभी आ जाइए,